Is it me you're looking for? It's late. I know. I'm sorry, guys. Hello and welcome. Happy Friday. What a freaking week. How have you guys been? How's everyone doing in the chat? How we doing, everyone? I'm sorry I'm a little bit late, a little bit behind, but that's how things roll when we're trying to roll with all of the different flows and things that are going on because, you know, that's just tech. That's just how things work. So, happy Friday. How was your week? Did you guys enjoy watching a lot of the Murdoch stuff this week? I don't know if I enjoyed it as much as I tolerated it throughout the entire week. It was kind of wild, kind of frustrating, but it was what it was. So, anyways, pull up a chair, grab a cocktail, grab a beverage, alcoholic, non-alcoholic, I don't really care. Grab some popcorn. Let's walk through some of the crazy that happened this week. And yeah. So this week we had Murdoch. We had a lot of Murdoch and a lot of wild, crazy things that happened, but we also had some other stuff that I wanted to talk about tonight. Mr. Bankman-Fried got himself in a little bit more trouble and might have his bail revoked. And we also know who posted the bond for Mr. Bankman-Fried, the personal bonds, not the parents. So what are you guys doing? Where are you coming in from? What are you drinking? Are you enjoying your weekend? Any big plans for the weekend? Let's see if we can't catch a couple of people. That's not a Guinness glass. No, it's not. Kurt, it's not. It's a tasty beverage of another variety. So, yeah. Hey, Rob. Hi, Tina. Hey, Pamela, enjoying seltzer and orange chicken. Orange chicken. You know, there was a certain dog that was much besmirched throughout the entirety of the week, and I feel like Bubba got a lot of negative commentary this week. Lucia, thank you. White wine, Minnesota. That's fantastic. Ohio Palma. I'm walking the puppers. We've got some puppers on the show tonight. We're going to go through some of it because I've got a couple of fun things going on. Low key Lucy, 4 months sober, drinking some tea and waiting for the tea. Oh, that is wonderful. Congratulations, Low Key Lucy. Whatever you can grab, whether it's tea, coffee, water, I don't mind. Just enjoy the time and let's break down some of the week. Dr. Pepper Cream Soda in Idaho. That sounds fun. Fun size angel. Friday Negroni in California. That's awesome. Water tonight in cold central New York State. The wind has been wild here in Northern Virginia. I don't know where it came from. It was like fine for half the week. And then all of a sudden it was like, nope, we're going to be windy. Cayman in Missouri. That sounds fun, Stephanie. Christchurch, New Zealand, sour beer in hand. I've never been a fan of the sour beers. I don't know why. I just can't. I can't do it. Colorado water, internet up and down. Just thank God it's Friday. Thank you, ELC. Thank God indeed. Ice latte watching from Southern California. Southern California sounds like a nice place to be right now. Pizza and tea, fantastic. Caffeine junkie, coffee on a Saturday morning. That sounds wonderful. Romelda, Sydney, and tea. Got a lot of tea drinkers here tonight. No problem. We love it. Whatever you guys are doing, we're having some fun. Northern Neck, Virginia, beautiful area with a Coke, the kind you drink. Yeah, hopefully it is, especially with all the talk that we had this week. All the talk we had this week about certain things that you consume that might not be of the nice variety. Purple pineapple, thank you very much. Lemon tea here from the UK. Glad to have you here, and I'm glad that you're having that tea. Enjoying your time. Coke in Alabama, California. It's bad here in South Carolina too. Yeah, the wind, man. It's just crazy. Annie T, Dr. Pepper from Arby's in Ohio. I love Arby's. It might be a controversial opinion. I love Arby's. It's really good. Having some tea with my strep throat. Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. You know, any of y'all with kids, this season has been a nightmare for every single person I know that has kids. Just strep left, right, center. Chrissy, hey there, my dear. I am not drinking red wine while I'm recovering. Why would anyone ever say that, JK? But I found a new favorite and may cry when I finish. Hi, Rob, and hi, the chat. Hi, Chrissy. Hope you're doing well. Greetings from New Hampshire. Ice cold H2O. Sounds fantastic. Barb's, hi, Rob. Mocha in Invercargill, New Zealand. I probably butchered that pronunciation, but we do our very best here. Keeping warm with wine in Minnesota. That sounds wonderful. I've got some wine on the ready. Tacos and reds. Ooh, yeah. Wonderful. Northern Utah. Wonderful. That's awesome. Hi, Julie. Butter pecan moonshine in North Carolina. Diane, that sounds wonderful. Hello to you as well. Sarah Lee. Rob, try some sours from Magic City Brewery. Totally changed my mind. I'm going to have to do that. Squirrel, you're there. Coffee. That's a good thing to have. Mary, thank you very much. Drinking from South Carolina, drinking Jack honey with ginger ale. It's been a long week. I might have some vodka beverages with ginger beer. It's fantastic. Uncivil. Hey, do you know where I can get $50,000 of opioids this week? Asking for a friend. If that friend, their first name is Alex and their last name is Murdoch, I don't know that we want to even consider how many opioids that might be. Here for years, coffee in Prague. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Glad to have you here from Prague. Look at you guys tuning in from everywhere. We've got Dana Parfait, who's a new member. That's wonderful. Central Illinois drinking water. I'm going to try to stay awake. I hate missing the end each week. I'm going to try and keep this one a little bit short this week because I have a baptism for my niece that I have to get to tomorrow morning. Why they do Saturday morning baptisms, I will never understand, but it is in the morning, about an hour and a half away, and I've got to leave this house by like 7:45 in the morning, which is a nightmare. Mandy Stevens, hello, my dear. Thank you. Matcha green tea at lunchtime in Australia. That's wonderful. Barney Cat, AM is not a dazzle them with brilliance, but baffle them with BS. Alex Murdaugh is not a dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with BS. Yeah, popcorn and wine tonight. Popcorn is probably the appropriate thing to drink while we're going through some of this stuff. Lisa for Truth, thank you very much. Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina. White wine, nice on a Friday night. Love your channel. Well, thank you, Lisa. That's very much appreciated. Very nice of you to say, too. John, thank you very much. Unsure if you saw, but I did send you links to your Twitter DMs as requested. My apologies for getting a little exceptionally nerdy and explaining. No, I saw the DMs. I love the exceptional nerdiness behind them. It was fantastic, right up my alley. That's about a unicorn Gundam that I think is pretty amazing. I'll try to respond to that as soon as I can, probably this evening when I get off stream and can't sleep. JJ, thank you very much. Alexandria Water, recovering from an upper respiratory infection. I'm sorry. That's really tough. I hope that you're doing okay, though. Hopefully we'll try not to make you laugh too hard. LK Ryden, thank you very much. Lemon water in Sweden with tonsillitis. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys are dealing with a lot of this stuff. I'm really sorry about that. That's miserable. Waiting for the storm bordering on hurricane. Auto to pass, hopefully without destroying my house. Here's hoping. Hope you and all have a cozy evening. We are going to do our very best, I promise. Peachy Smell, thank you, is the baptism for the unicorn niece. All of my nieces have little unicorns. Kate, this is for little Kate, my newest born niece, that is. She has a unicorn that her sister keeps throwing into her bassinet. So it's actually her sister Christine's unicorn that she keeps tossing in there with Kate to make sure that Kate is well cared for. 3K watching, only 900 likes. Let's hit that thumbs up. Thank you very much, Catman. Yeah, if you guys are here checking us out for the first time, please hit the like button. And if you like the content, please go ahead and subscribe. We're happy to have you. We've got some stuff to go through. These streams are a little bit wild, so we're going to see some videos that are going to make us laugh. We're going to go through some legal stuff that are going to make us debate. And we're just going to try and generally have a good time decompressing from the week. I say that because every week seems like it is moving either too slow or too fast. It's moving too slow when it's happening, and then when it's gone, it's too fast. You know why I say that? Because it's already February 17th. How is it already February 17th? Anyways, I've caught up on the chat. We've got you guys here. We've got some people in the chat causing a little bit of chaos, which you guys know I love. Let's go ahead and roll the intro and see if we can't get going a little bit, huh? What do we think? I think it's be fun. I'll see you guys in the back. Slow down, Rob. You can do this. I will see you guys on the back end of the intro. See you in a sec. Okay, I promised I'd still be here at the back end of that intro, and every now and then I get concerned that I'm going to boot myself off of the stream. And hey, you know what? Just in case, because the internet gremlins have been creeping up all over the interwebs, they've attacked Peter, me, Emily, whoever else has been streaming has been attacked by the internet gremlins. If we do get yeeted, well, we're just going to hope and pray that we can come back within a timely fashion. So, let's get going a little bit. I do have some fun stuff that I think is going to be entertaining, at least for some of it. Before we do, let's go ahead and bring in someone I'm going to hang out with a little bit next weekend, Mr. Uncle of the Bailey. Microphone. Elaine. Thank you, Robin, for the super chat. We still can't hear you, Ian. Like, we don't have a chance of understanding what you're saying. You're just talking.
That's cool. Just give me a second.
There we go. This is
right.
how Fridays are supposed to begin.
Don't Elaine at me. That's just rude.
What? I don't think that was rude.
The comparison is a little bit.
I don't think so.
I'd like to think I'm a better lawyer than she was for most of that trial. Oh,
I don't know. We saw some spicy lawyers today. I hope I have my timestamps right. I really do, because we saw some spicy lawyer conduct today, and we were all over the place. But the state finally rested their case. They finally rested their case today.
Did they have a case at this point?
They did. They came in with the thunder at the last minute with their timeline witness who kind of strung everything together. And I'm going to put a poll up when we start going through that, because I want people to give me an impression before we talk about it and after we talk about it, how they feel after the timeline witness. So,
I mean, the end is a good place to do it, but really they should have done it at the beginning too, because you really want to bookend that stuff. Because I
was thinking about that. And if you do want to bookend it, but you want like a light timeline person up front.
Yeah, you want somebody so that people can follow along and have a general idea of where you're going. Because I'm just wondering, like, is this going to be enough? Because if they have a bunch of people who've been sitting there this whole time feeling the same things we have been, like, hey, this feels like an acquittal, this feels like an acquittal, this feels like an acquittal. And then they're like, oh, suddenly they've got an explanation for all this.
I will tell
they might have already been tuned out.
Just having observed it a little bit, I will tell you that I know from watching the chat flow while these witnesses are testifying that the timeline seemed to sway a lot of people. And we're going to see how that plays out. And when I put the poll up, like I said, I'm gonna put one up before we start talking, and then after we start talking, and kind of see where everyone's impressions are, because I was very curious about it. It was kind of interesting to me. But do you remember earlier in the week? I think I told you about Bubba the dog.
Yes, and I keep confusing the dogs and the people because so many people are named like the dogs.
I mean, don't do that. Bubba, don't lump Bubba in.
Yeah, I don't mean to demean Bubba. Bubba is a good dog, but
yeah, he's the goodest. He's like the goodest boy. Like he is Bubba. He's a good boy. His name has been besmirched enough.
He deserved better than all of this.
Yeah, I agree.
But I keep is it Buster that's a kid?
Buster's the son. Bubba's the dog.
When you're naming a kid Buster, I feel like everything is open. It's like I don't know.
You might have just attacked like at least one of the people in the chat who might have a son named Buster.
I'm sorry, people in the chat who might have named your kid Buster, but you made a mistake.
Oh God!
It might not be too late to fix it.
Oh gosh! All right, Della, thank you. Yay, Rob and Runkle, Texas crew. Good luck, Runky. Good luck indeed. So, people are probably wondering why we're talking about Bubba if you have not been watching any of the Murdoch case. The reason we're talking about Bubba's the pupper who had his jaws around a certain chicken, and I was going, you know what? I have to find something that displays a little bit of what we're talking about. And a very dear friend of mine sent me a funny little video that I think we can catch. Where is it? Here we go.
And listen, there might be some people judging the dog for eating the chickens, but you know what? I eat chicken too, so
yeah, we all do. Here we go. Let's see.
Oh, it's alive!
Yes, it's alive. Why are we concerned about it being alive? I want to see it again.
it's probably just a matter.
Back to something I didn't want to watch. I don't want to watch that one. I want to watch the dog and the chicken. Hang on. Let's see.
I'm also debating on what I should get for dinner.
It sounds like a chicken kind of night.
I had chicken earlier today, and it was not good chicken. It was chicken nuggets. But that kind of kills my chicken feelings.
Runkle isn't wrong. Everyone in the South, yeah. Let's see. Oh, totally busted. Totally busted. Look at the face.
The thing is, if I ever get chickens, Potter would want to play with the chickens. But Potter is super delicate with his toys. So I bet Potter would be picking up the chickens and just moving them. And the chicken would be sitting there going, don't like this. But
well, I mean, this little husky with a personality just wanted a friend. He's being gentle with the chicken.
It surprised them that the chicken was alive. So I kind of feel like this is maybe the exception. And maybe because he got caught.
Oh, it's alive!
It is alive. Look at it.
A dog chicken.
Oh, I totally got busted.
Oh, chicken. It's alive!
Miss Chicken, you can go. Don't look at me. I didn't do it.
Have you ever spent time around chickens?
Yeah, I have.
Chickens are great fun because they're little tiny dinosaurs that don't really realize that they're not dinosaurs anymore and are very upset by it and would very much like to be, their old dino selves, but are just like, I guess I got to put up with this. I can't murder you. I would love to rip you limb from limb, but I don't know how to do it.
And there was a lot of debate about the rooster. So the rooster, apparently, there was a rooster on property, and the rooster caused all kinds of mayhem. And the rooster, I think, I don't know if the rooster was really the instigator here and caused all of the drama and difficulties, but I did a quick search and a little deep dive on whether
roosters will mess you up.
They will. And I did a little bit of a deep dive and trying to figure out if, what is it like to be a dog facing off against a rooster? And I kind of stitched together a couple little videos that I think are kind of fun.
That one could go either way, I feel.
It really could. It could go either direction. But the rooster taunted the dogs. And at the very end, the rooster got his comeuppance and was sadly, he passed in battle. The rooster did. So rooster. I'm not going to really say poor rooster, especially when we see some of these little clips, but you up for a little bit of fun?
To be fair, I'm sure the rooster went to a better place. Totally. Like a soup.
Rooster soup?
Yeah. Why not?
I didn't know how that works. But I stitched together a couple of these. So
roosters are still made of chicken, right?
Let's see who has the upper leg at the end of this little stitch here. All right. There's cuteness intermixed with like maybe a little bit of aggression.
What noise is that thing making?
I don't know, but it sounds super aggressive. I think the rooster is probably in the right of attacking.
I don't know about aggressive or just possessed. Like, is this more of a young priest and an old priest kind of scenario?
I don't know. Can we like
also Joy in your chat is 100% truth that there is nothing more evil than a Canada goose.
Oh, those are terrible. Those are terrible.
Yeah, those things are
geese in general.
Yeah, Canada geese will just mess you up. And just because you're like, hi, you're doing a thing I don't like, and it's called existing, so I'm here to fix that.
Yeah.
It's pretty much how Canada geese operate.
Yeah, I can see that. So let me do this. Let me play this real quick.
Don't mess with the cobra chickens. They will...
Don't do that.
They will come
Let me
after.
play this real quick, and then I'm going to jump off and grab something because I forgot it downstairs.
I felt like a Spanish, like a Puerto Rican in this hair. I felt Puerto Rican. Y'all know I loves me some Puerto Rican. I felt Puerto Rican in this. Rican. Woo.
This last one, I had to clip the audio out because I didn't want to get the copyright strike, but it's really funny, especially because it's a crime scene recreation. Like it's a crime. It's literally a crime scene recreation. So in the contemplation of, Bubba the dog, obviously aged back a little bit. And then Mr. Rooster, who obviously was kind of the aggressor. This is now the, what's appropriate is the pig. Not going to say that that's tied to any particular person or type of individual, but the pig
Or agency.
Yeah, so we have the lovely hog conducting an investigation, and
You know what that pig does in winter, though?
becomes bacon.
It really enjoys sledding.
Oh, Ian, that was so bad. That was so bad. That was like the worst of the worst dad jokes. That was, for those of you guys who are trying to figure out what was just said, SLED is South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Oh no, the people picking sleds. No, Ian. No, we can't. This is terrible. The pig needs a sled. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Anyways, the pig is conducting an investigation. Who was the initial aggressor among these two? Let's rewatch. Hardy Swoop. I see the pupper is doing nothing wrong. The pig. Sled caused the collision. And now Sled's doing the event. Oh no!
Now, don't worry. The pig's
the
got a
end.
search warrant. It's going to execute it in like 3 or 4 weeks.
3 or 4 months.
Yeah, I was being overly generous there, I guess.
And then the pupper gets a quick ambulance ride on the duck. I love finding these things. It's so funny. Oh, and the rooster is revived. No one was harmed in the recreation of the battle that existed between Bubba and the rooster. But was it Bubba? We don't really know. It could have been Bubba. It could have been Armadillo. Could have been one of those two.
Armadillo.
I'll take the Canadian goose and raise you a cassowary. What is a cassowary?
Cassowary is basically a dinosaur.
That's the one that has like the deep like the deep guttural sound.
That has like the what do you call it? The big knob of mess you up horn, and
yeah, it's like a prehistoric like.
Yeah,
let me see. This is a cassowary.
Yeah,
it's like it's like all the things you don't want to mess with. Look at that thing.
Does it have their talons? Oh! Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it'll just like rip you apart with those things. It's basically like, hi, I'm a colorful, pleasant-looking bird that I just kind of feel like murder right now.
No.
And so that's what we're going to do. First thing on the agenda is murder.
That's terrifying.
There are other things on the agenda, but they won't be your problem. They're just cassowary problems at that point.
Apparently not. Anyways, so let's get into kind of one of the, because I wanted to hit one of the earlier stories that I think is pretty easy to cover in a relatively quick fashion before we get into the Murdoch case. Do you remember our friend, Mr. Sam Bankman-Fried?
Friend might be a generous way to put it.
Everyone is my friend. Mr. Samuel Bankman-Fried is my friend mostly because he likes to talk on Twitter nonstop.
Is he your friend forever?
I don't know if he's my friend forever. He's occasionally my friend. And it depends on the different moments he decides when to say stupid things. But Mr. Bankman-Fried is currently facing charge. What are you drinking? Oh,
Somebody
they
was
have a
asking.
whole can of it?
It's dill pickle Caesar.
That's terrible.
That's a whole bunch of great tastes together at last. It's vodka plus dill pickle plus tomato plus clam. Because
why is it a thing?
Because it's delicious.
Repeat those ingredients one more time and then tell me what?
Vodka, tomato, clam, pickle. All the things.
No.
This is from Eau Claire Distillery.
Absolutely not.
It's so good. You've got to come up to Canada at some point, and we will get you a proper Caesar.
You cannot get me that. I don't want that.
We'll get you a proper Caesar.
That's just terrible. So,
and we'll videotape it when we do, because
can't do that. We can't do that. So, Mr. Bankman-Fried is out on bail, and he's out on his best behavior, and he is implored by the as a condition of his bail, he must behave. He must not access certain things and do other things, but he doesn't really have very much of an affinity for, authority.
Him and common sense are rarely found in the same place.
They really, they very, very rarely stray within the same confines. So you guys might remember that he was detained and was released on a $250 million bond. It was a recognizance bond, but it had certain conditions. One of them was that his parents would have to post $200 million of that bond, and he had to have 2 non-parent signatories to the bond. And the parents had to sign over and secure the bond with their house. Turns out, after later reporting, that the house itself they used to put up as collateral for the bond, that was the recognizance bond for Mr. Bankman-Fried, was in fact owned, was on a land lease owned by Stanford. That's been verified. So they don't really own the whole property. So the value of that thing is a lot lesser than what we thought it was. And we learned this week that the other 2 bonds were put up by 2 other people. Let me see if I can do this. The 2 people that put up the remainder of the bond.
Let me guess. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of who else would put up the bond.
I'm waiting for your guess. I'm going to pull this up. I want you to give me 2 guesses. Give me 2 guesses. Give me 2 guesses, mister.
Elizabeth Bathory and the Ghost of Stalin.
Not when I'm drinking.
Sorry.
No. No. I don't even know if that's close. Let's see. The appearance bond. So this is one of the bonds. This one is for $200,000 of the total bond amount that was posted. So $200,000 was signed. These were released based on some pretty heavy pressing by inner city press, among other media, to release the names after they had been sealed. Andreas, how would you pronounce that last name?
Maybe at gunpoint.
Popke. Andreas Popke. And then the second of the 2 bonds was posted by. Why did these things get completely out of order when I tried to bring them up? Because that's how life is. Second of the 2 bonds of $500,000. So you had $200,000, $500,000. Second of the 2 bonds was posted by a Larry Kramer. Now I want to give you a guess as to who these 2 people are.
Well, I know his parents are connected at Stanford, so I'm guessing Stanford people.
Ding, ding, ding. Larry Kramer was a former dean at Stanford. And Miss Popke, however I'm pronouncing that, he was the director of research at Stanford.
Dear Stanford, please stop clowning yourselves.
Like really, like just all the Stanford, just all the Stanford.
Like, could they not get Michelle Dauber in on this one somehow?
No, I don't think so. But
I
my
mean, Sam
word,
Bankman-Fried is a guy, so I doubt it. But it would have just really made this, wrap this up into one interesting little package.
so Mr. Bankman-Fried also didn't really, he's been kind of mischievous. And part of his mischief has been engaging in behavior. So you might have remembered that I reported a little bit ago that he had essentially been using Signal to communicate with parties that are possible witnesses to the case.
Yep.
Well, this one is a different one. So after that one gets resolved and he says, I'm not going to use Signal. I promise I won't use Signal. This week it gets reported and verified that he was using a VPN. This is a person who was being accused of embezzling funds and moving money around out of different crypto wallets. And he's now just thinking, I have access to a machine in my parents' house, in the basement of my parents' house. So why not? Let's use that VPN.
To be fair,
use the VPN.
I'm using a VPN every time I'm connected to the internet.
Ian, to our knowledge, you're not out on bail for financial crimes that involved hacking into a company that you owned previously before and after it filed bankruptcy and moving funds out of certain wallets to further your scheme.
Correct. To your knowledge, that is the case.
That's why I prefaced it with to my knowledge. So Mr. Bankman-Fried uses a VPN. And
you're seeing Kurt in the chat, aren't you?
I do. NordVPN, time for a segue. No, it's not NordVPN. No. I don't do the VPN sponsorships, but it's kind of funny.
I have like 3 VPN companies who are pressing me for a sponsorship, and I've gone with none of them.
They all want to, and it's like I can't do that. Either way, he uses a VPN to access the internet on a couple occasions from his parents' house. And he says he's trying to access third-party apps. And the government gets a little bit kind of going, we're not really okay with this. We're not really okay with you having a private IP that you're bouncing all around the world while you are currently out on bail for financial crimes that involve you hacking the allegation that you hacked your former company.
He's going to talk himself into a condition that doesn't let him own a microwave, let alone a cell phone. He's
really close. So he does this where he uses the VPN. Then his attorneys come and they basically say, no, don't worry about it. We have this under control. Files this thing. And they say it was just to access his NFL Game Pass. So he says further, we wish to note that on the specific dates referenced by the government, our client used the VPN to access an NFL Game Pass international subscription that he had previously purchased when he resided in the Bahamas so that he could watch the NFL playoff games. Well, you know what's funny about the NFL playoff games? They're everywhere. You can access them without a VPN.
Yeah, this is an excuse that works perfectly well with one of my clients who lives in a trailer where I'm like, hey, listen, he paid the the pay-per-view cost. He can't afford to do it again. Sam Bankman-Fried is not living in a trailer. It's like you just freaking... I mean, is he allowed in bars? I assume there's no reason to ban him from alcohol.
He's not allowed to exit. He's not allowed to leave his parents' house except for certain conditions.
Okay, so you just pay to you just watch the thing, right? It's super not hard.
I think I know what he wanted to watch, though. I think not to get too far into it, but I think he really was very much concerned about watching the Super Bowl halftime show. That's my theory.
But wouldn't he be able to do so from the States?
He would. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah, I just don't see why he needed a VPN for that.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's probably fair, but he just really wanted to. And he wanted the VPN. I don't know why he would want the VPN to do that.
Now, how did they discover that he was using a VPN? Are they monitoring his internet?
I think they're monitoring his internet. And I think that they kind of have good cause to, based on the previous allegations of all of his.
So let's be honest. He probably just wanted to check out some porn and didn't want to get the government having that.
Are we really going there with that? Sure.
We are.
So he tries. So a VPN is a virtual private network. It basically takes your IP address and you basically access through a third-party server different IPs so that it looks like your computer is coming from not the country that you're in.
So
or the state where you are.
So if you've got, normally your computer is communicating with the bottle of glue. So it would be normally there's a direct connection. Bottle of glue.
Sure.
Leatherworking glue.
Sure.
And then once you have a VPN, we can introduce a third party here, which will be this pouch project. So now we've got three things. We've got your computer, the destination computer, and your VPN computer. Now, most people who are listening in on something are going to be listening in basically right here at your end of things. And so what the VPN does is it creates an encrypted signal between here and here, such that somebody who's listening in at this point doesn't know what you're doing. So that's really where that's super useful. Just the real simple, basic version of a VPN. It's not perfect because there's various ways it can be broken down. But yeah. Somebody said, did I just put glue in my drink? No, I did not.
I'm convinced you wanted to watch this, the halftime show.
I have
Rihanna's halftime show.
I have comments to make, and they're rude and probably not appropriate for your channel. So
I have comments to make, and they're not that rude, but they're kind of funny. When this halftime show came on, while everyone was going, "Is Rihanna pregnant? Is Rihanna pregnant?" I said, "How did they get the insurance for the hovering stages that were being suspended by wires for these dancers?" Like,
because
that
they
was
have
where my
so much money.
It was wild. Life.
I don't even think they needed to insure it. Well, I mean, they would have because it's Rihanna, and
there are live humans dancing on stages suspended over the air and over other dancers.
But the NFL has the money to like personally murder each of the people up on that stage, other than Rihanna.
Oh my gosh! Now we're going to suggest the NFL is capable of committing. Okay. Sure.
You know that they're capable if they thought it was like a profitable thing. They just don't, because it would take time and effort that they don't want to spend. But in terms of paying the civil judgments, if every one of those platforms fell except that center one, they could do it just out of their revenue for this day.
I don't know they would want to, but they could. So Nanner makes a funny comment that brings me back to something I thought was kind of funny. Did you know that the NFL and the networks were charging $7 million per commercial?
Yep. I had this discussion because there were people, there was a really interesting line of dialogue that you saw on the internet going, they didn't pay Rihanna to do the show. And isn't that unfair to artists? They need to pay artists. And I'm like,
they don't pay. Actually, that was something that I was very curious to learn. They don't pay any of the artists.
They never have. And of course they don't, because they've got a lineup of people who would pay them to be on the show. And at the end of the day, Rihanna gets to be up there for, what was it, 13 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
A 30-second ad spot goes for $6 to $7 million. So you got to figure that was worth $150 million for her to be up there, because that's going to see a tremendous boost to her sales. Yep. So, people say, oh, you don't want to get paid in exposure. I would literally rip off an arm to get paid in that kind of exposure. The problem with getting paid in exposure is that usually it's getting paid in worthless, stupid exposure. Like, hey, I've got 154 followers on my Instagram account. I'll give you a shout out, which is worth a grand total of 0 cents. But being on the Super Bowl is exposure that is worth a grand total of millions of dollars because that's what people pay to get for that.
So did you know that Mr. Beast had a clapback? So they released the information about how much each one of these ads runs for.
Yeah.
And Mr. Beast goes, if anyone wants to pay $7 million for 30 seconds to get 100 million views, give me a call. And I was going, that is the best troll that you could possibly do in that moment.
I kind of feel like some of these big shows, but the thing is that Mr. Beast is a different audience.
That's good.
A lot of people are paying this money because it's this is not just a particular, like this is a very particular audience as well. And the Super Bowl actually has good details if you are the right market, because they hit a particular audience of people who tend to have money. YouTube scales young, and like especially channels like Mr. Beast. And if you're trying to advertise, I don't know, a makeup brand, you might be happier with, however many million views of people who watch the Super Bowl who tend to scale older versus 13-year-olds who maybe don't have a huge makeup budget. And I see some people saying, I watch Mr. Beast and I'm old. I'm talking about just general numbers, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
but let's get back on track. So this is why I bring this up. Because of course the judge gets wind of the VPN use, and the judge basically says, court has a hearing yesterday where they're trying to argue for the VPN stuff. And the district court judge who's hearing the case, Judge Kaplan, basically says the prosecution is requesting to cut off his internet access, Sam Bankman-Fried. And essentially the judge is kind of going down this road of, do you really want to keep doing this? Judge goes, why am I being asked to turn him loose on this garden of devices? Judge Kaplan asked during the hearing.
I love that turn of phrase.
Isn't that great, on this garden of devices?
Yeah.
So he keeps on going, and this is after the signal use, after the email use, after these different warnings are coming up. So Judge Kaplan then makes this statement during this hearing: we're dealing with somebody who's done things that show there's probable cause he's attempted to commit a felony while on pretrial release. Judge Kaplan said, citing potential witness tampering, that would be the emails trying to coordinate with the witnesses that were on the government's witness list. So the judge warned that the former crypto chief's bail, which offers him freedom to remain out of custody while he awaits trial, can be revoked. This sketch artist, whoever is doing the ones of Sam Bankman-Fried, just savage.
Wow, that sketch artist is deliberately being a dick to Sam Bankman-Fried.
He looks so scowly, but the judge basically called him back.
Look at that hair.
Well, when the bail conditions, when this hearing came, he said that it wasn't just for the attorneys. A lot of these bail hearings aren't attended to by the principals. A lot of them, the arguments are by the attorneys.
Do you remember the old story, like the children's stories, Where the Wild Things Are?
Mm-hmm.
Sam Bankman-Fried looks like one of the creatures from that.
I can see that.
Although maybe a little less friendly.
Now, I will say that these sketch artists are really amazing. I love seeing how well they work. And we've had a couple of them pulled up on Trials of Century and stuff like that. They're really amazing, talented people.
Ooh.
What? Oh, yeah. That was from the Depp sketch artist.
Yep.
I love that.
So
thank you,
that
Poison Elf.
That is really cool. It got a little damage in shipping, but it's fantastic.
So the government makes their argument, and the judge basically says that we're going to continue this out for a while, but it's kind of the judge is saying, we're going to play this game of F around and find out. And I tell you what, when you've got bail conditions, and this is the part that kind of bothers me about this case in particular. Every deference is being given to Mr. Bankman-Fried. He's out on a personal recognizance $250 million bond that is not backed by anything near $250 million. So it drives me nuts that this much deference is being given to him.
I mean, money always has that power. If I was the judge, I would be going to town.
It does, but it's frustrating at the same time.
I'd be like, listen, can we find the cell that Andrew Tate is in, and you two can share a cell? I know it's in Romania, but that would be freaking hilarious to see what those two talk about.
Yeah. Well, let me do this. We're going to do a swoop, and we're going to get to Murdoch, because we had some fireworks today. So let's swoop and get to Murdoch. One more time for good measure. There you go. So Alex Murdaugh, the state finally rested their case, but before they did, we had the investigator or the SLED agent who was on the stand testifying to his investigation of the roadside shooting incident where Sam Bankman-Fried, Sam Bankman-Fried. Why am I?
I was going to say this story got real interesting.
How did I get there? Maybe it's because there's money that ends up offshore and it's like they might overlap. But so the SLED agent is testifying to the shots that were fired on the side of the road that hit Mr. Murdoch in the head. And Dick Harpootlian has his shot. That was terrible choice of words.
Keep going. Lean into it.
You guys think I planned this stuff? I really don't. I walked directly into it, just without any preconception of what the heck I'm talking about. So Dick Harpootlian.
What a name.
Poot. He's great. He's funny. Not really. He's kind of frustrating, but he gets his chance to cross-examine.
Dick Poot?
It's pretty bad. He gets his chance to cross-examine. Thank you, Rua. Much appreciated. Replay crew. Thank you. Gets his chance to cross-examine the SLED witness. And the cross gets a little spicy. So let's watch a little bit of it. And because Mr. Harpootlian doesn't talk nearly as fast as Creighton Waters, I'm going to speed this up to about 1.25. I cannot listen to Creighton Waters on anything other than normal speed because he talks way, way too fast. But let's see if anything comes out of this cross-examination, because there's some frustration. I'll tell you that much.
So did the medical staff tell you he had a shallow sort of trough wound in the back of his head, apparently caused by a bullet? Did they tell you that?
They did not.
Did they tell you he had a fractured skull?
They did not.
Did you look at his? Have you subpoenaed his medical records?
We have, but at the time of my arrival, the tests were ongoing, and that those documents weren't readily available to me.
But you've looked at him since then.
Since then.
So you would agree with me? He had a fractured skull, a wound, a trough wound in the back of his head.
I'd agree that's what the medical records state.
Cagey witness.
Let me see if you can identify this.
These appear to be a portion of Mr. Murdaugh's medical records.
I understand it's a portion.
Yes, sir.
But it's the sort of the summarizing portion, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Turn the chief to us. Do you have any objections? Objection, Rule 801. Well, let me ask you this question. Maybe this makes
All right, let me catch the chat up. Rule 801 is hearsay. In the States, Rule 801 is the hearsay objection. So 801 says this is hearsay, should be excluded. Because Dick Harpootlian did not lay any foundation for this. He literally says, here is a document prepared by doctors that you have no substantive knowledge of. It has certain things that are in there, including statements about Mr. Murdaugh's health. We would like for you to, having seen this page of this massive medical file, we would like for you to go ahead and say that, sure, this is great. And then Dick Harpootlian goes, I want to introduce this, knows he can't introduce it, and looks back at a prosecutor and says, is there any objection to this? Kind of suggesting to the jury there shouldn't be, knowing damn well this is hearsay and this is shouldn't be allowed in. So Poot reorients himself and tries to get this thing in via a different method, notwithstanding the fact it's hearsay.
Make it easy. Who subpoenaed and got these records? Did SLED?
Yes, at the time of the incident, they weren't discussing his medical condition with us. I mean, we were able to, due to HEPA, they weren't readily providing us access to his medical records or consultation with his doctors. we had a general understanding based on what Mr. Murdoch told us, or told deputies on the side of the road, and based what he stated on 911, that he had been shot in the head. So when we arrived and we saw a subsequent injury.
Yeah, just let me cut to the chase here. Did you all subpoena the medical records?
Yes, we did.
Are these a portion of the medical records, the business records that you received from the hospital in Savannah, the Memorial Health?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that resolve that?
Ian, do you see where he's going with it? Like business records exception, trying to get it in.
He's trying. Yep.
But he has not done the things that you need to do to get it in under business records exception.
I mean, is this guy testifying as an expert?
No, he's just the investigator that interviewed Alex Murdaugh.
Oh God, no. You need like stuff from the actual hospital to be like, hey, yes, we took these in the course of business. We have a responsibility to make sure that these are accurate. We have, at least in Canada, that's how you go about doing it. You can't just like, hey, this is something you got from the hospital, right? Because not everything you get from a hospital is a business record.
Yeah.
If a nurse writes something down on a napkin while she's bored, that's not a business records exception.
This was just kind of, it was funny. And then the funnier part was how frustrated Harpootlian gets. This is trial practice 101. And it's clear that he knows he can't get this in. So he's getting frustrated because he's trying to display to the jury his frustration that something, in his opinion, should be so clearly admitted is somehow not being admitted.
That's a point where you start getting into some shitty games.
Uh-huh. So
does the judge tear him a new one?
No.
Because maybe he should have been torn a new one for that game.
Yeah.
Of that issue? Business records.
He's trying to strong arm the prosecutor. He's trying to strong arm the prosecutor, say, do you really want to hold up and you really want to make me do this? And you want to look like an a-hole in front of the jury?
Redaction's not objection. Did it without objection.
It's and that's number 124. So let me have you, if this will refresh your memory, look at page 1, what the medical staff says are his injuries.
Please look at this record.
Okay, now I could have you read that. Do you understand what it means?
I have a general, like I said, I'm not a doctor. I'm a slate agent, so I have a general understanding of the terms on the page.
Does it indicate he had a furrow wound in his head?
I'm not trying to play coy. It just says, I could read it. If it says,
okay, let me.
When a police witness says, I'm not trying to play coy, he is totally trying to play coy.
Left posterior peritoneal subdural hematoma with adjacent blood products. What do you think that means? What's a subdural hematoma?
Obviously, it's a.
He's not a doctor.
Yeah.
Why are you asking this witness this?
I mean, if I was up on the stand, I'd be like, you want me to guess? Like,
yeah.
You want my understanding of what it is? Because my understanding is, as a moron, here's my testimony.
As a moron, here's my testimony. The funny thing about all of this was that I'm convinced he knew exactly what he was doing. And it's not, he's not sitting here actually trying to get this information out. What he's trying to do throughout this entire thing is nothing other than just demonstrate his own exasperation to the jury and hope that the jury is just listening to him, trying to elicit things that he, through his voice, is proclaiming to be obvious. And why is this state witness resisting him? So he's trying
that
to
can be a useful strategy. Like,
it's an interesting strategy, but Poot does this a lot. And people are like, well, doesn't he know the rules? Doesn't he know this? And I'm going, no, he does. He damn well
knows the rules,
but the
jury doesn't.
Yeah, he knows damn well what he's doing. He is trying to play the jury. Now, Creighton Waters has done the same thing. Every attorney in this trial has done the same thing.
I mean, of course you're playing to a jury, right?
Yeah. So it's just, it's wild to me that I was more entranced by literally the attempted theater than anything else. Because honestly, these attorneys have played fast and loose with the evidence. The evidence book, like I have a nice little evidence book. We've talked about this the other day. I have an evidence book sitting next to me. This thing doesn't exist in this trial.
Yeah, the judge has been allowing all sorts of crazy BS.
Well, and there just hasn't been very many objections. Thank you, JP, keeping you company while you're doing your con law homework. Oh, con law's fun.
Yeah,
West Virginia versus
depends.
Barnett.
I mean, for trials of the century, I could pull out like, you know, the margarine reference out of Canada, which is constitutional law, but I'm guessing you guys don't want to hear an argument about margarine. Although you might actually be kind of shocked about what that one was about. Did you know it used
West
to be
Virginia.
illegal to add dye to margarine?
No, that's a funny little fact.
And it was a big deal in Canada. This was the dairy industry fighting the margarine thing. And so it used to be that in Canada, because of that, if you bought margarine, you'd get like margarine plus like a little tube of dye that you could squirt into the margarine to stir it up to make, you know, to make it look, because margarine without dye looks gross, right? It looks like lard. So nobody wants to eat that. So it would actually come with dye that you'd have to squirt into it to, and so we actually had a major constitutional case over whether the government was properly able to ban margarine from coming pre-mixed with dyes.
Yeah.
Yep. Maybe we should cover that one on Trials of the Century, or maybe
Love
not.
Love it. West Virginia versus Barnett was the requirement that students salute the flag. That was fun.
That
was a
one's
fun
a
little
better one, I
sidetrack.
think.
That was a good one. But yeah. Okay, let's see how Poot responds to some of this resistance.
It's a bleeding on the subdural part of his head. So
It would be a brain bleed.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. It says linear left posterior parietal bone fracture. That would be a fractured skull.
Yes.
Okay. Scalp laceration overlying the left parietal bone. That would be that furrow I'm talking about, right?
If that's what you infer to, I'm not a doctor. I mean, furrow is, you know, it's.
Why-
I can only testify
why
what
is
it
this
states
thing
on the
not
page.
objecting?
Because
And
the state thinks
attending
he's
radiologist
embarrassing
reviewed
himself.
all the images and agreed with the interpretation. So radiologist looked and saw a brain bleed, saw a subdural hematoma, saw a fractured skull, and made findings consistent with a bullet wound to the head. Did they not?
The medical professionals reviewed his charts and his tests. They came to that opinion. We refer to them as it relates to their findings.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
refer to them what?
We refer to them as it relates to their findings. If that's what
Okay.
they determined happened,
Okay.
we refer to them.
So he had real injuries.
There was a laceration.
Here we go. I paused there for this reason. He had real injuries.
I don't know anything more than what's in the report, sir.
Uh-huh. Do you want to know what those injuries looked like?
I'm guessing stupid, but I mean, the thing is that just because somebody has a real injury doesn't mean it's not a faked thing. Like, have you heard about I think it actually might have been Virginia, but I'm not certain on that. This is an example that they'll give in economics textbooks about perverse incentives, because insurance companies started paying out way too much for fingers, and minors were losing their jobs. And so a bunch of people were self-injuring to collect insurance money, and they'd be like coming in with, I lost a finger, because it was paying like a ridiculous amount of money for that. So, you know, it's a real injury, but it was also like people doing it to themselves on purpose.
Kind of like hiring someone to shoot you in the head off the side of the road.
Yeah.
This is what his head looked like weeks after the incident. The back of the head where he is talking about all the real injuries. This, now granted, the person that posted this, I think this is Ms. Matney who posted this, who comes at this case with a certain position. I'm not saying one thing or the other based on that, but what Poot is trying to infer here is how significant the injuries were when the investigation was taking place and when the interview took place, to kind of suggest that the interview should never have occurred because of how significant the brain injury was. Now, brains are weird. That's the funny thing I do want to give as a caveat. Brains are weird. The injury might look like absolutely nothing, but it might be far more significant, or it could look severe and be nothing.
Well, I was
So-
going to say, I have seen, I'm just sort of making an example here out of a napkin. I've seen somebody whose injury looked like that on
Yeah.
skin
Yeah.
and
And it's catastrophic.
was catastrophic. That was a lethal injury.
Yeah.
22 caliber bullet entering the back of the skull. That was the game. That was everything. So, like, hey, yeah, if the person had lived, they might easily be able to, your hair grows back. You wouldn't even see it.
Yep. And
I've
that's
had-
the other part. There was a fracture to the skull. So it's one of those things where both of these two are jousting over something that neither one of them has the capacity to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, you want a doctor for this crap. I hope defense, because I know that the prosecution's rested at this point. I hope the defense has a doctor to testify to this.
I think they do. I think a lot of what we saw today was a preview. So when Harpootlian comes in and makes these statements during cross, this is his, and when he's doing it with this dramatic fashion, he doesn't care if they believe what he's saying or not. What he wants the jury to see is that he thinks it's important, and he wants the jury to see a perceived resistance on the part of the investigator. And I want you guys to remember that when we get to Mr. Barber and his cross-examination of the sled agent over the timeline stuff. Okay.
The other thing that I sort of picture here is, let's say, like, this doesn't sound like it was a penetrating head injury. This sounds like he got, was it like the bullet entered the brain?
Entered the skull, might have grazed. I think it was more.
Because if it didn't make it all the way through the skull,
anything else,
you could end up with a very small, you could end up with something that you might be able to hide under your hair after that.
Now, I think what they are going to have the doctor testify to is that if this shot was 1 millimeter in another direction, it would have killed him.
I mean, yeah, that happens.
Millimeter is not a big distance, folks.
You got to explain to the your metric audience.
Itty bitty. It's that big.
These stitches are about 1 millimeter apart.
Yeah, it's that big. It's that big. That big. Itty bitty. But it's one of those things where we don't really know what to perceive of this other than to just watch the jousting on the stand.
Yeah.
That was what I took away. I took away two things.
I don't know. If I'm a juror, and I mean, they're not going to let me on a jury for all sorts of reasons, but I'd be sitting there going, why are you asking this guy these questions? Like, you're asking the wrong dude.
That's the point. But what he's doing, thank you, Chrissy, for this. This is good. I think I showed you a picture after the violence that you had. iPad thrown at the head, ended up needing brain surgery from it. So you guys are absolutely right. You're right. It can be and Chrissy, you did not have to share that. I very much thank you for doing so. I'm glad that you are not in that environment anymore. But the whole head injury thing is something that you actually need a doctor on the stand to testify to. Oh. This witness can't testify to it as being nothing or being something. You need an actual doctor to testify what is going on here.
The brain is such a fragile, weird construction. And also, like, bullet ballistics in flesh get to be strange. There's a case that is notable where these people were robbing a gas station, and they lined up the people in the gas station and shot each of them in the back of the head. One guy survived, and he survived with an entry wound at the back of his head and an exit wound at the front of his forehead. And what surprised them is that it went under the scalp, tunneled under, and then exited out the front, having gone in an arc under his scalp across his head and never entered his brain. The impact of that knocked the guy out, which probably saved his life because the robbers shot him. He drops and he's got he's bleeding out the front and the back. They're like,
so
we're
no
done.
Need to take a second shot.
No need to take a second shot. This guy gets up and is able to point to the people who shot him at the trial later. Yeah. So yeah, should
Silver
use the
bullet.
silver bullet.
Jeez, savage. Yeah, and this is a point here where it's where was it? Gosh dang it. Why did they have him testify to this? I want to find that chat. Why did they have him testify to this? Anyways,
Yeah, I'm
the
sorry,
chat
I
was
should have
asking
given a
why.
cellophane warning.
No, it's fine. Why the chat asking why would you have him testify to this? The reason why you have him testify to this or have Dick Harpootlian up there cross-examining him on this is because, like I said, it's a preview. Every attorney knows that the crescendo of an argument or the crescendo of someone's case in chief is always aimed at being at the very end. You want to end at the peak of your case. And you want that last sound from that last witness to reverberate for the rest of the trial, because then you sit down and the defense takes over and they build towards their end crescendo, towards their own crescendo. There's a reason why the witness you put on first is usually the storyteller to kind of give you context, and then you build and build and build and build and build. And the last witness you put on is usually the one you reserve to be the most impactful, given that you can organize it during the day. What Dick Harpootlian is doing is he knows the state is near the end of their case. That's why he's been asking over and over again when they're going to end. He knows they're towards the end of their case. He knows this is their one of their most significant witnesses. So what he has to do is interrupt that crescendo and give the jury a preview of his own symphony that they're going to lay out in their defense. So he's trying to interrupt the vocals or the resonating sound that basically the jury is going to be sitting with and say, don't listen to this nonsense. Wait until we start singing. So he's trying to interrupt the flow.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to let the prosecution end. Usually you're going to want to ask some questions of a witness unless that witness was just so uninteresting and useless. Or as a defense lawyer, sometimes if the prosecution screws it up and they screw up their tempo where, they don't end on a strong point, but they end sort of in the weeds, sometimes you might stand up, and if you don't have anything you need from this witness, you might say no questions, just to leave it on like, yeah, remember all that BS where they were struggling to get out a point.
Mm-hmm. And this was something, he looks like a fool. You're allowed to think that. You're 100% allowed to think that. He's playing for not really us. He's playing for the jury. And he's trying to make noise. A lot of the job as attorneys, and people don't like it when I talk about it, a lot of the jobs that we have as attorneys is to be the fool. You have to be the person.
Sometimes your job is to absolutely be the guy who gets yelled at so your client doesn't.
Yep.
Or who, sometimes you go up and you just are like, yeah, I'm dumb, but my client's innocent.
Yeah. Now, I will say I hate trying cases against attorneys like Dick Harpootlian because it's so frustrating because you're just trying not to overwhelm the judge or the jury with objections, but you can't not because it's so impossible to hear him say these things. Is this proof that lawyers aren't human? We are human. We do. We're just very good at, in those moments. We're good at masking because we have to. Because when we do that, we're putting on a different cloak. We have to. We have to be. You're a human. You're a human. You're sarcastic.
Some of us are elves.
Human. Well, I have not seen your birth certificate, which I imagine would be like some number I can't imagine, but yeah, 12,000 years old. Shot in the head.
No, the number on the birth certificate is like certificate number 12.
Yeah. Oh, so that was the total. That was when it was originated, number 12 of all of the certificates.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's kind of interesting to see that. And when I see people going after Poot, yeah, you're right to do so. But don't think he doesn't have a strategy in mind. Don't think he really is just up there bumbling. He's not bumbling. So, yeah. K-Rab, thank you. My stroke was the result of a significant bleed, which did permanent damage, but didn't affect my memory or cognition at all. Effects of brain trauma is highly dependent on location. Questioning was out of line. Yes, it was. It was, because he is trying to take the place of a medical professional and suggest to someone who is not a medical professional how they should read results. You're right, K-Rab. It was out of line. It's also a strategy.
I mean, I don't know if an objection would have been the right approach here, because an objection might have been like, hey, the jury might see this as not only is this witness trying to keep this information away from us, but also the prosecution thinks this is a really big deal and they're trying to keep it away from us. I probably would have let him flounder.
No, but here's my problem with it is the second he said, can we offer this? Or the second he's going towards those medical records, I'm respectfully asking the judge, if we can have a moment, like either for, and I don't like that they have to excuse the jury out of the courtroom because the courtroom's so small, you can't do a sidebar. This is a sidebar issue where you basically say, I know where Mr. Harpootlian is going with this, and I want to stop it before it starts doing undue harm to the jury. And there are times when the defense, I thought, should have done that, and times when the prosecution should have done that. I think it's been pretty poorly handled, but yeah. However, that brings us to the prosecution's crescendo, their timeline witness. So let's watch some of the beginning of that testimony, and then we'll get to cross in a little bit. And I do have the quote unquote condensed report. The actual report, I think, was like 115 pages. The condensed report is 43. So I'll pull that up in a minute and go through the times around the actual murder time to try and highlight this. Thank you, Vian. Very much appreciated for being here and for the super chat. Very much awesome. And then Jam, thank you as well. I've never seen an attorney testify like Poot does. They do. Just different attorneys, different styles. So let's watch some of this witness. Some of the meat of his discussion about the time.
4147 Moselle Road.
All right, so if we see that little red box with an arrow on it, that's Moselle on the map.
That is correct.
And then the green is what?
It's going to be Almeda, the Almeda property.
We'll talk about the others as we go through. All right. All right, let's start moving through it. Just give me 1 second. All right, starting. All right, so this timeline, this condensed timeline begins roughly when?
Around 6 p.m.
People have asked me comments like this, like all over the place, because people were commenting about why is Alex Murdaugh talking to Jim Griffin the entire time? This is timeline evidence, and Alex Murdaugh needs his attorney to know what was going on, like what he was doing during this time. So when he hears something that's being said, because he doesn't know what is actually going to be testified to, he's seen the report, but not really what's testified to. He needs Griffin to know these things. So that's why he's doing this little sidebar thing with Griffin. Do not read into that. The number of times clients will reach over and talk to me or grab my shoulder when there's pivotal information being said. And when I'm the only attorney on the case, it's distracting. So I give a notepad. But when there are two attorneys on the case, you have Poot and you have Griffin, you want to at least flag one of them and just see if you can flag them and get some of their attention while this testimony is coming in real time.
All right, on what day?
June 7th, 2021.
All right, and let's start at 6:04. And I want to move through this expeditiously, and we'll stop and talk about some specific entries as we go through. Okay. All right, and so starting there at 6:04, does Paul Murdoch have any phone activity?
He does. He calls Will Loving. And as you can see in the parentheses, it's going to say PM extraction. That means it was pulled off of Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction, just for reference.
All right, and Will Loving, that's the individual that testified weeks ago.
That is correct.
And 6:08, what activity was he on Paul's phone?
He makes an outgoing call to Dad, which is identified as Alex Murdaugh. It shows answered, but 1 second long.
All right, and what was the source of that information?
That was from Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction. It does not show up in Alex Murdaugh's original logical dump or the second one from Britt Dove, but it does show up on his CDRs from Verizon. So that'd be the records that Verizon actually keeps for the phone.
All right. And can a user of a phone affect the CDRs that are with the Verizon phone company?
They cannot.
Or
No.
can the user affect what data remains on their phone?
Yes.
And
I
frequently
am-
throughout this timeline, do we see instances in which there was a call logged on on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but was missing from his phone from the extraction?
That is correct.
Do you have opinions on that particular part about the backups versus the physical phone?
Well, I had to step away for a moment. I was taking a logical dump, but sorry, I had to. I was actually just grabbing my dinner and feeding the pups. But I mean, there's going to be a difference in terms of you've got data that ends up on your phone versus data that ends up at the provider, right? And
Mhm.
when they say that you can't affect what happens on the provider end, usually that's correct, right? Unless you're going to drive out to Verizon with a sledgehammer or something. Don't do that. Verizon gets very upset if you show up there with, wanting
Fair.
to mess with their data. But I mean, the question becomes, if you've got a discrepancy, what does that mean? Because that doesn't necessarily mean that your data is wrong. It might mean that Verizon's data is wrong.
Or that there's an explanation for why the data was removed from your phone. And I
Mhm.
want people to remember this. And I'm not pulling for one side or the other here. I'm actually trying to give you guys a very neutral analysis of what I'm seeing come in on both sides. And we'll get to that in a second.
Well,
The whole
like-
deleting messages off his phone or deleting calls, he pulled his phone out in front of the SLED agent and actually showed them some of the calls that are said to be deleted the next day. He shows them on the interview. I don't know if I read too much into the whole, it was on the Verizon, but not on his phone. That doesn't really sing to me because I know, like, I've seen people act in all different ways. The part that really gets me is when you start to get to the location data and the timing. So we'll get to that, I promise you. But let's listen to a little bit more of the phone call stuff. And what I want to do is fast forward a little bit to when we get to some of the travel. 623, it wasn't this, it was right around, that was CB Row.
And some people
Here
just
we go.
regularly delete stuff.
Just tell the jury
Yeah.
the earliest time that's reflected here and the latest time that's reflected here.
Earliest time reflected is going to be 7:30:05, and the latest time
No, with that part. Where are we? Come on.
steps were traveled on his phone
Here we go.
of the tree. You have Alex Murdaugh on the tree that's leaning over.
All right. And again, this is when that video, at least the timestamp, was its creation.
That's correct, based on previous testimony, yes.
741 to 748. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
We show that 29 steps were traveled on his phone, approximately between 7:41 and 7:48.
All right. And just talk
You know
about the Snapchat video, looking at this map. Whose phone is this? And explain these data points to the jury, if you would, please. Or whose phone is this first, if you would, please?
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone, and below it, it's going to be his iPhone location data. So this is not going to be Verizon location. This is going to be location data directly off of his phone.
So this is GPS data that's more specific.
That is correct.
All right. And we see a number of dots up here. What is this area up here generally sort of in the center of this image?
That's going to be the kennel area, and then there's that little house,
The cabin.
the cabin.
All right. And what time periods in that upper box do we see GPS data on Paul's phone up there in the kennel cabin area?
We're seeing between 7:45 and 7:54 is location data for that area.
754, 756.
7:56, sorry, it's kind of hard to see.
And then we have two data points at the bottom.
Mhm.
Is that where it's generally that on the property?
That's going to be what previous testimony talked about, like a dove field. It's going to be past the main house, closer to the Godley Farm roadside. And that's going to be a data point at 8 and 42 seconds and 8 and 44 seconds.
8 p.m.?
That's correct, 8 p.m., June 7th.
Oh, darn it.
This makes me want to throw out my phone and buy like the dumbest phone possible.
Yes. Yep.
And then down at the bottom of page 10, is there any step data on Paul's phone?
There is, it shows approximately 89 steps traveled during
What time periods?
7:45 p.m. to 7:55.
Moving on to page 11, we have a map. Tell the jury whose phone that is and what that data point is, please.
So this is going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be Verizon location data. And what we see here is the tower and then the arc of the tower. This is going to be in the Walterboro area. The time is 7:50:03 p.m.
All right, and moving down, we're starting to see some references, and there's a little battery symbol on the side. What does that represent?
So that's going to represent battery life. So right here, this is going to be at 7:52:28. It's going to show Paul Murdaugh's iPhone battery at 7%.
And in your review generally of Paul's cell phone data, was it generally consistent for him to continue to use his phone even if he had a low battery life on?
That's correct.
Right. And is that also consistent with the testimony from David Grubbs from yesterday? The day
Previous
before?
testimony, yes.
All right. Before we start talking about any of this testimony, I put up a poll, and the poll basically says, pre our discussion about this testimony, how did you feel after the timeline witness? 3 options. 1, eliminated reasonable doubt, therefore Murdoch is guilty. 2, I still have reasonable doubt. 3, I'm not sure, I'm waiting for the defense. So I just want to get people's impressions before we start talking about a lot of the analysis being done here. And this is important to me because I want to see whether there's anything that Ian or I contribute that possibly makes you view it a different way, because that also gives you the understanding that the defense is likely to bring things out. So let's just watch a little more. Ian, let's watch a little more because I want people to have time to add to the poll, and then we'll start going through the different types of data he's analyzing. Is that okay, Ian?
Yep.
All right, below that, 7:55 time period, we have 2 entries. Can you explain those 2 entries to the jury and how they relate to each other? If anything?
So 7:55:44 to 8:05:28, we have Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 262 steps traveled. And a close time frame from 7:55:32 to 8:05:07, we show Alex's iPhone traveling approximately 270 steps during that time period.
All right. And then at 7:56, what is reflected as it relates to that Snapchat video?
This is when the Snapchat video referencing Alex Murdaugh would have been sent through Paul's Snapchat account to his friends, based on previous testimony.
And it was created, you already testified
Beautifully
this, but it was
prepared
created when?
report.
I believe
Like with the
7:39,
picture?
55
And it was sent out to his friends when?
at 7:56 p.m.
Here we go. So this is data point,
Moving
one of
on
the data
page
points, number 1.
12 at 7:57. Does one of his friends respond?
Yes, he received a Snapchat message from Brian Murdaugh
Oops, sorry.
stating, "Damn, man, need some straps. Oh, it."
All right. Now we're moving into the 8 p.m. hour on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. We have a map here. First of all, in the right corner, whose phone is this?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his iPhone location data.
And starting up at the, it's sort of the top center, more to the right. Where does that location generally?
That's going to be the little cabin on the property.
All right. And what is the data point? What's the time on that data point up there?
I believe it says 8:06:20 p.m.
All right. And then we see the dots sort of moving
Sorry, I'll put quality so you guys can see it better. My bad.
down. And in what direction are they generally moving?
That's moving towards the main house on the property.
All right. And then down at the bottom of the screen, at what time do we see that data point stop at the main residence?
8:14,
What's the first data point?
8:08:45, and then 8:14.
Paul's at the main
Yeah.
residence at what time? First?
8:08:45 p.m.
Me too, Lara.
All right. And just on page 13, we have some earlier data points. Is this map kind of out of order just a little bit?
It is. This is just going to be earlier data points.
Leading. Is this map out of order a little bit? Like
Yeah.
the entire examination. And this is where I think that people were treating the cross unfairly to the direct. The direct, we wanted the information so bad. I was guilty of this when I watched it the first time, of going, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. Watching this the second time as an attorney, I'm going, everything about this is leading and it's suggestive.
And people think non-leading questions means open-ended questions. Lots of people, I've seen lawyers making this. And it's dumb. It's wrong, because an open-ended question can be leading.
Yes.
You know, did you find any blood there? If nobody's mentioned blood before, is super freaking leading, right? You know, a non-leading way to phrase it would be something like, did you find anything there? What's leading is the, did you find any blood? You know, that's feeding the witness that detail. Now, it might not be leading if you've already got a context of like, hey, you know, you asked first the question of like, we started at the car, and this is sort of a hypothetical. And you say, did you find anything unusual in the car? And they said, yes, there was a bunch of blood splattered in the back seat. Okay. And what did you do about that? Well, we followed it, and there was a blood trail that led from the back seat over to the shed. Okay. Did you go in the shed? Yes, I did. Did you find any blood in the shed? That might not be leading, because at that point you've already got blood as, you know, it's a kind of an obvious thing. You're not going to be like, so did you find anything in the shed? I don't think anyone's going to object at that point.
Well,
But
yeah, and
you
Dick
can't just
Harpootlian,
start with it.
well, and Dick Harpootlian yesterday said that in order to assist with time, because I think he wanted to coordinate witnesses, in order to assist with time, he was going to allow the prosecutor to lead unless it was egregious. The thing is, I think that even with that understanding, some of this leading got into that argumentative stage.
Yeah.
Where it's not just that the prosecutor is suggesting to you what the answer might be, but they're suggesting to you what the hypothetical that might match that might be. And there's a specific portion I want to draw attention to that I'm going to get there. And Ian, the chat is asking what you're eating, my friend.
That was mashed potatoes.
Good.
Because
Love
I'm
mashed
hungry
potatoes.
and I needed something to, I hope it wasn't obnoxious.
It was. The chat was just very, very curious. The chat's always curious. We love
it.
The
Was
chat.
obnoxious? Okay. No,
it was not obnoxious. It wasn't.
Oh.
I was making the comment. Just the chat's always curious. I love mashed potatoes. They're my favorite.
8:05:14 and 8:04:45, just showing some location data from his iPhone.
So that one should have gone before this one, the one at the bottom of page.
Just
page 12.
That's
pure leading.
Which reflects Paul again getting
you
back
messed
to the
up,
main
right?
residence at what time?
How did you mess up? You messed up here,
8:08:45
right?
p.m.
And Emily Barbato is saying you
Looking
need to think like a juror.
Again on
I mean,
page
this is-
13.
The fact that
Go ahead.
jurors don't understand that there's a distinction is exactly why you have to object, right?
Yep.
That
Amanda-
is,
Yep. Amanda's 100% right. It's the
And
defense's job to object. 100%. You're right.
I've had prosecutors ask me for this kind of agreement of, you don't mind if I lead my witness a bit. And it's like, well, every time I've said, no, I don't mind, they've turned around to try to burn me on that one. So what I now typically would say in response to that is something like, ask whatever questions you want. I will object or I won't. But yeah. Also, I got to get in touch with Truffle Hound. We've got plans. We've got to, Rob, you and I are going to have to sit down and coordinate talking about Operation Truffle Hound.
That's fair. I like that. Yeah. Truffle Hound. I haven't seen the chat. Hey, yes. You're back. 15 kilograms heavier because I ate all the ramen, and holy guacamole, have you guys been busy? Stanford again, gold. Thank you, Truffle Hound. Yeah, glad to see you back, and glad that glad that you had a little bit of hopefully relaxation at some point. But yeah, let's see, because I want to get to the where's the vehicle? It's the vehicle part where he starts testifying a lot, and where the car starts traveling. So we're going to go to this. We're going to go through some of the time around the murder. It's 8:16. Fast forward a bit. 8:34. Here we go. Now we're around the time of the murder. Ready?
Means that those steps are being traveled during that time frame.
Yes, Truffle Hound, a dog is involved.
And now we have a map. Whose phone is that?
This is also going to be Paul Murdaugh's. And this is going to be his iPhone location data.
All right. And where is that iPhone location data located?
And that's going to be at the kennel area of the property.
All right. And tell me the time periods that he is at the kennels at this point in time.
At this point in time, he's at the kennels at 8:38:07 p.m., 8:44:53, 8:44:55, and 8:44:56.
Snapchat video.
What happens at 8:40 while Paul's phone is at the kennels?
Paul calls Rogan Gibson. It shows answered for 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Starting at what time?
8:40:20.
If you have about a 4-minute call, what time does that end?
8:44.
At 8:44:34, what, if anything, does Paul's phone indicate?
So at 8:44:34, Paul Murdaugh initiates a FaceTime video call with Rogan Gibson. It shows answered 11 seconds long. And that's based off of Paul and Rogan's information.
And then at 8:44:55, what does it reflect on Paul's phone?
Tappy
This is
toes
when
is
this
in the
video
game for
was
cash.
extracted and created through Paul's phone, which shows Alex, Maggie, and, well, you can hear Alex, Maggie, and Paul in the background.
That's the kennel video at
That's
8:44.
that's a kennel video that's been in previous testimony, correct?
Following below that, at 8:47 and 8:48, does Paul continue to communicate with his phone?
He does. He uses the iMessage feature in his phone to send a couple messages to Megan Kimbrell. It looks like it's based off of movie recommendations.
Are those communications for 10 minutes or just for a couple of minutes or a minute or so?
A minute or so.
Going to the top of page 19.
Mhm.
What time do we see there?
8:48:29.
And what's going on? What's Paul doing?
He's receiving a message from Megan, and we have some backlight on data at 8:48:56.
All right. And the next entry, tell me the time periods for that entry.
8:48:58 to 8:49:01.
All right. And what happens there?
Paul Murdaugh's phone that's the last time that it was unlocked,
Ever?
ever.
That little orchestrated part right there. The last time it was ever unlocked, ever. Yeah, that part. And they keep going back to that, like the last time ever. And it's very, very clear what the state is trying to imply to you. And I've had this discussion with a lot of people who have asked me about this question. The last time the phone locked ever. And I want you to hear it a couple more times before I talk about it. And we're going to. And the reason I'm walking through a lot of this timeline stuff is this is right around the time that the state is pegging the murders. And I want you to hear their narrative, the state's narrative. And I want you to kind of fully digest that through the timeline person, but also remember the context. This attorney is leading him through with some of the dramatics that favors the state.
8:49:01.
And the next activity that we'll see on Paul's phone occurred when?
We have a backlight off from 8:49 to.
Going back to 8:48 to 8:49:01, you said that was when Paul's phone was last unlocked?
That is correct.
And continue on with that data entry. What does it indicate?
Last unlocked.
What's the next time ever that Paul's phone shows any activity?
10:18. That's when.
And the 8:48 to 8:49 p.m.
I'm sorry. Next activity notification is going to be the Rogan Gibson call at 9:58:35. That's the next time that any activity or notification shows up on his phone.
Yeah, I'm throwing my phone into a well.
It is wild how much data these things have. Some of it's subject to argument.
With the green line on the right side, what are those time periods there, and what do they represent starting at 8:49:01?
Starting at 8:49:01 to 10:34:23, Paul's phone shows device locked.
Was it ever open again until it died at 10:34:23?
It was not.
8:49:01 is the last time before that Paul had ever unlocked his phone.
That is correct.
Just a few seconds later, does Maggie's phone reflect any activity?
It does. 8:49:26, so approximately 26 seconds later, her phone unlocks for text message notification. and it implements an orientation change.
And was that text message about Mr. Randolph that you earlier referred to?
That is correct, that group message. I believe it was in response to Lynn.
And at 8:49:31, here in red, what happens to Maggie's phone? Just seconds later.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone locks forever.
Forever. Until when?
I understand the importance of that, but the dramatic pause by the person who is on the stand, this witness is on the stand for the singular purpose of consolidating the data and relaying that consolidated data timeline to you so that you can understand it. I didn't like the inflection. I don't like a lot of that. It just...
The thing is, prosecution witnesses can get away with that. Defense witnesses can't.
They can't.
And it's unfair. It's just the way it is. But juries will let prosecution witnesses get away with this all the time.
Mm-hmm. They do. You're right. Yeah. It just, part of it frustrates me because I don't like a lot of the commentary that's added to it. I want the data.
Until it's recovered the
That's
next
what I
day
want.
at 1:10 p.m.
On June 8th.
on June 8th by law enforcement.
Do both Maggie and Paul's phone lock forever around 8:49?
They do.
Repeats it, like the locked forever. I get the significance. It's just the repeat.
At 8:49:35, does Paul's phone receive a text from anyone?
It does. It received a text from Rogan Gibson.
What does that text say?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann, referring to his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl. We know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much. That shows unread.
Never read that.
Never read it.
According to the investigation, is that the conversation that Paul and Rogan were actively engaged in starting at 8:40?
That is correct.
Becca, I don't know.
Kennel video
That's
was at
your
what time?
judgment to make.
8:44.
And then the defendant repeatedly denied that he was ever at those kennels with the victims just minutes before their phones go silent forever. Objection.
Remarkably leading.
Oh,
And should have been cut off by the judge or the attorney, but the practice was set in place where he was allowed to lead through all of this. The thing is, he gets all of that question out. I would have objected within 3 words. And I don't care if the judge is telling me I want to hear the rest of the question. I am respectfully telling the judge, and people in the chat are going to hate me for saying this. When a judge says I haven't heard the question yet, I would tell the judge respectfully, Your Honor, it would be prejudicial for the counsel to be able to relay the question in the presence of the jury, period. If the court wishes to hear the rest of the question before making a ruling, I would ask the court respectfully release the jury into the jury waiting room so the question can be read and I can make my argument as to why the question should not be relayed to the jury.
absolutely.
And if a judge stands up to you when you're making that remark, because that remark right there, that's not made for that judge. I'm making that remark on the record for the Court of Appeals. And the judge knows that. And if I do that enough, I have signaled to the judge, you need to not allow this whole read the question or say the question long enough or let me hear the whole question. Because the question itself is the problem. It's not the answer. It's the question. Poot does it. Creighton does it. My cousin Vinny attorney does it. They all do it. You're not allowed to do that at all. There is jury manipulation in both directions. I will say it's jury manipulation in both directions. And Terry, I see your comment. I love the comment. Juries are not stupid. They are not stupid. They're not.
They're not
They
stupid,
can-
but they can be. There's various things that we keep from juries precisely because they're not stupid, but because some of the conclusions that any person would draw are not safe to draw. And, you know, they might be things that would be safe to draw in ordinary life, but maybe not in the context of a trial where we have different standards and where if you end up making the wrong decision shopping for beans, it's not really a big deal. But when somebody's freedom is on the line, we apply stricter standards. So some of these things you want to keep from the jury precisely because they might be smart enough to ignore the judge when you tell them things like, when the judge says things like, this is not relevant.
And these are great. All the comments I pulled up, they're great comments. I love the comments and I love the thoughts because it's thought-provoking conversation. The attorneys, I think, have kind of gone with this whole, we're going to make this as messy as possible. And I think that my version of messy is better than your version of messy. I understand I'm not in this courtroom. I'm just trying to convey to you guys that this is not how trials are supposed to run. It is not.
Messy favors the defense also as a general principle.
Generally speaking, if there's one holdout, it kind of can. At one point, he practically said, when did the phone unlock after? Yes, it's that stuff. But you know what? Poot did it. And that was why I liked putting those two witnesses back together. That's why I did that back to back. I wanted you guys to see that Poot did it with the medical, and it was horrible. And Creighton's doing it with the timeline, and it's equally horrible. This is not how you should measure trial practice. And this is to me an indicative of an unfair trial for everyone involved. This is unfair to Maggie and Paul. This is unfair to the county of Colleton County. This is unfair to Alex Murdaugh. When you allow this type of mess to take place in a trial,
I mean,
in the muddying of the waters,
I feel like only one of those parties is legally speaking owed,
I understand. Yep. And I understand your position. That is the defense attorney's position. And that is something that you and I have talked about. And I have personal feelings about that position that I am trying to remove myself from when making these remarks. Like, how I fall on the defense attorney thing. The person whose rights need to be respected is the person who the state is trying to put away forever.
And I'm just thinking I had a trial and it was the judge made some comment, and I'm just going to paraphrase it because I don't remember the quote exactly, but he said something like, after, getting to this trial, I come to the conclusion that neither defense counsel nor the prosecution were interested in helping me understand what actually took place here.
Yep.
And accordingly, I don't have a clear understanding of the sequence of events. I don't have a clear understanding of the causes of events. I don't have a clear understanding of what happened. Therefore, I must acquit. Counsel, I hope you both do better next time. And I was like, okay, you're chewing me out too, but like, I'm the guy who won this one. So,
and Murphy, this is okay. I have no problem with this. You can disagree 100%. My job is not to basically try to force my will or my interpretation down on you guys. My job is to literally convey that there are two sides to both arguments and to give them to you and in the most rational sense that I can, and try to keep minds open, because it's not this case that scares me. It's never this case that scares me. And actually, it's never the next one. It's the one that's 5 or 6 steps removed, because these things have a tendency to create snowball effects when they are not adjudicated properly. Let's say that there are attorneys that are in law school watching this happen, and they think this is how a courtroom is supposed to act. Or hypothetically, let's say there's a prosecutor who sees this taking place, and they think, well, I can get away with a lot of this. Or a defense attorney and says, I can see a strategy move in playing some of this tactic. It makes the entire practice of law a little bit less fair. And this is already a system that is hampered by the fallacy of man, where we are man being human, not man being man or female, man being human. We are flawed. We are not going to get it right 100% of the time. And
that's
we
not
already
true.
have
I get it right
that.
100% of the time.
Oh, you're elfin. It's different. Elves are different. But this is the best thing that we've come up with to protect the rights of every person involved. And the person whose rights stand paramount in a trial where they are being charged with a crime, the person whose rights stand paramount, despite all disagreements to the contrary, or despite all thoughts to the contrary, is the person whose life is about to be taken away from them by the biggest power that exists in their surrounding, the state.
Yep.
And this system needs to try and fight for integrity at every single turn, whether it's in making the proper objection or excusing the jury or having the argument or being uncomfortable in court or calling a judge out or calling opposing counsel out. The law is we need to try and preserve it because it's already like fragile. We get how much more fragile we're going to make it by this crap.
But you know what this trial needs? More clam.
It does. You know what? At this point in time, it does. But get your clam off the floor.
It's not on the floor. Well,
I know.
Actually, that's not true. I do have 2 cans of clam on the floor.
I'm teasing. But yeah, like I get frustrated watching this because I don't want people to think this is what trials are. And I'm trying to make the point because so people aren't afraid to go to attorneys. God, don't be afraid to go to attorneys and think this is what you're going to get. This is a good point. I like this point. This is a great point. And I'll give you the answer you might like or might not like. I don't give a shit. This defendant's a white male. You are white males. What would you be saying if this is a black woman? Exact same thing.
Same.
Despite anything that anyone says about me, I represent any number of people, male, female, transgendered, any number of people who are in the worst positions in their entire life. It doesn't matter the gender, the race, none of it. I represent all of them, top to bottom.
More of my clients are non-white than are white.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, that's the nature of our justice system because, you know, it just is that way. But, like, yeah.
Get the clam out of the can. Yeah, get your clam out of the can. The frustrating
I'm
part
working
about
on
it is that
into my belly.
It's one of those things where we had and I am sorry for forgetting the name. I'm terribly sorry for forgetting it because you're studying con law and you were studying the case and you were writing a brief on the case about West Virginia and the responsibility of the mandate that you salute to the flag and how that was a violation of the First Amendment. There are people watching this channel and other channels on YouTube who have aspirations of being lawyers. And it's not just people who want to understand the law. And I get Ian's point. Don't do it. But like,
don't do it unless you know it's what you're going to love.
If I have the opportunity to talk to a single one of them, it's just one that hears that the system is an uphill battle and you have to fight it every day and it's not fair, but we try to make it as fair as possible.
Yeah,
it's pretty fucking important. I want more defense attorneys. I want more honest prosecutors. I want more attorneys that are willing to step into the void of family law, which no one wants to go into because it's messy. Because you know what? That shit's messy. A lot of this shit is messy.
Family law sucks. And yeah. I don't say that like just to be like, oh yeah, you know, but I mean, family law is often you're going to be dealing with a ton of misery and a ton of unhappiness. And, you know, it's rough on a lot of people. But
ambiguity of what is right and what is wrong. Family law is the definition of ambiguity.
But at the end of the day, it's important that somebody is doing it, right? Because, yeah.
Me too, KJS 171. Both legal teams have conducted themselves in an overwhelmingly distasteful way. In my opinion, they have found it very hard to listen to. I agree. I have found times in this trial where I've screamed at the freaking monitor and wanted to turn it off like so badly, but not doing it because I wanted to watch. I needed to watch. So I understood. So let's get a little bit to some of the phone stuff. So I'll pull up the actual document so we can see it before we get to the cross. But I want to get to the part of the testimony about the speeding, the car.
Showing 54 steps. Tracking.
All right. Turning to page 20.
And I'm going to end that pre-discussion poll right now. Ending the pre-discussion poll. Here's where everyone is sitting here waiting. So with 1,845 votes in, here's what the numbers are. Eliminated reasonable doubt, ergo guilty, is 29%. Still reasonable doubt, 34%. Not sure, waiting for defense, is 37%. I would say that demonstrates this chat is actually, I think, remarkably fair in how they're handling the evidence. I think that you could make any one of these decisions. The fact that it's kind of evenly split between the three, I'm actually like really impressed with how attentive a lot of you are and not judging in any way you guys are viewing it. I think that's really impressive, to be honest.
Yep.
20.
I'll get there, Peggy. I promise. I got some more funny stuff.
What suddenly happens to Alex's phone around 9:02?
No, we got to go
Pretty much
to
wakes
the
up.
speeding part.
And what data point is reflected?
The telemetry data.
At the bottom of page 21, is there another call from Alex Murdaugh's phone to Maggie's phone?
There is at 9:06:52. Alex
further.
calls 6.
And then we have, below that, we have a reference to a data point that you previously showed to the jury at 9:08:42.
Yep, it's going to be on the next page.
All right.
It's going to be at 9:08:42, and it's showing approximate miles per hour 45
Okay, he's leaving the
In reference
property
to where the
45
phone's
miles an
found.
hour.
the next day.
This is where I want to pick up.
And what's the speed on the defendant's vehicle at that point?
45 miles an hour.
He just said it, Creighton, if you listen.
And is Maggie's backlight off during this time period, this entire time period?
Her phone is locked. And the backlight is off.
At 9:08:58, what do we see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, going to check on M, be right back. This shows unread
Off
in Maggie's
property.
phone.
Moving on, does Alex's phone reflect a series of calls being made?
It does.
Tell me about the first one.
First one's gonna be at 9:10:47. Alex calls Buster. It shows 60 seconds long. That's based off of CDR since it's not in his phone extractions.
And that's again also missing from that entire series of events around the time of the murders that was not on Alex's extraction when it was downloaded.
That is correct. It's not in the call log.
How much of a
I'll move on now.
Then ask and answer.
argumentative question can you ask?
Down at 9:12:14, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
Alex Murdaugh calls Chris Wilson. It shows 42 seconds long. That's based off his CDRs because it's not in any of his phone extractions or
That
call log.
includes connection time as well.
It does.
Moving on to page 24, we have a map. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
It's going to be Alex Murdaugh location map from Verizon. It's going to show at 9:12:14 what tower and what sector it's pinging off of, and then at 9:18:46 what tower it's pinging off of. The red dot's going to be Moselle. Green one is going to be the Alameda property.
Moving on to the next map, is that similar information of the defendant's trip from Moselle to Alameda?
It's similar. It's just going to show you the coverage areas for each tower.
And then on page 26, what does this map reflect?
This is going to be Verizon records for CB Row. Far right, the little red dot, that's going to be Moselle. Blue dot is going to be CB Row's home in Brunson. This is just showing the cell tower data at the time frame of 9:14, 9:20, and 9:21
And
in 11:37 p.m. This is close to Fairfax, just for reference.
he's pinging in the
Not
yard,
my
there's home over here in
Fairfax.
Fairfax, is that right?
That is correct. The
And where's
gonna be
Moselle?
Moselle's going to be that red dot to the right.
I know, Sarah. I got it.
At 9:18:46, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
At 9:18:46, Alex Murdaugh calls John Marvin Murdaugh. It shows 106 seconds, and that's from his CDR since it's not on either phone extraction call log.
All right, we're on page 26 now. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
There's also going to be Verizon records from Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Where is the freaking car? The speed.
Fine.
Mm,
It's showing approximately 60 steps taken.
steps. Sorry, I'm speeding. I'm trying to get through it.
Alex sends a iMessage to
Is it
Maggie
back of
stating,
this
"Call me,
chat?
babe,"
Is it
and that
behind
shows
it?
unread Maggie Murdaugh's extraction
We see some backlight activity around the time of that.
database.
I think it's behind this.
At 10:05:06, what, if anything, does the data reflect from the extraction?
That is
And if I
the
can't
right-
find the specific time, I will
4147
have to just-
Moselle Road.
All right, so if we see that little red box with an arrow on it, that's Moselle on the map.
That is correct.
And then the green is what?
It's going to be Almeda, the Almeda property.
We'll talk about the others as we go through. All right.
I thought so, T. Thank you. Thank you
All right,
very
let's
much.
start moving through it.
But it's a little past this. It's when they start speeding off property.
That is correct.
And 6:01.
Murdaugh. It shows from Paul the records at Verizon.
As it relates to Alex Murdaugh's phone and
For this.
This is going to be a iMessage from Maggie Murdaugh to Paul Murdaugh stating, "You okay?"
any communications with Maggie and Paul.
There are.
Status. There we
Paul
go.
sends a message to his mom at 6:23:27.
But we're not there. It's the
stating
point we're
what
leaving
did
the
she-
property,
Show you the cell tower and then the
leaving the
It's long.
property.
This-
Still before, still timeline.
stating, Paul said you were getting a petty.
Screw it. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Back further. People are saying back further. You're right. They took a break. Oh, I'm so sorry, chat. Oh, I forgot the break. The stupid break. That's my fault. I'm sorry, guys.
That's your name up there, and it's got the CAS program and everything. Is that right?
And we're going to have a couple different drives that we'll be walking through.
Here we go.
All right. So now we're at this slide. What's the title of this slide?
Dang
This
it.
is Alex leaving
Sorry,
for work.
guys.
All right. And tell the jury what image do we see right here on the screen?
So what you're looking at, this is going to be the property 4147 Moselle Road. This is going to be the main entrance. And you can see underneath the little box is going to be the house. You're going to see on the date, it's going to say June 7th, 2021.
data.
And this plot is going to be 120647.
All right. Is that what time Suburban got underway, according to the GM OnStar data?
That is correct. It does match up.
Moving to this next slide, what does this represent?
This next slide is representing his vehicle making a right onto Moselle Road during his drive.
All right. What time is that?
The time is 12:07:40 p.m.
All right, come on down here, if you would, just real quick, and explain to the jury this box, and in particular, if there's a little arrow in this box, point that out to them so that they can understand specifically what's being referenced with the blue and white box.
Directionality. We know it. I'm sorry. Get me to the
GM
time.
OnStar.
And it's being uploaded to their servers.
All right, and so what was the
7 servers?
12:24:06 with
12:24. Give me to the night time.
42 miles an hour on his drive home. The arrow is going to be on the top right.
Nighttime, driving 42 from work to home.
what do we have right here?
Here we go.
This is going to be 9:08:18 with
908.
speeds approximately 37 miles an
Leaving
hour
the property. There we go.
Where's the Suburban heading at this point?
towards Almeda.
Look at all the dots. People, if you have a GPS in your car, all of these little dots, these are pings. These are little breadcrumbs. They just exist. So those of you who have this, recognize your car is transmitting all this data.
Everything you own is now a monitoring device.
Correct. GPS is satellites. Yes, it is, including your refrigerator, which tells you what day and time you opened the refrigerator door.
I mean, not mine, because my refrigerator is like my refrigerator can barely manage the whole concept of a light that turns on and off. But
it's called bulbs, Ian, and we can fix that.
it's actually, I think, called a switch in this case. But
I know. Well, either way, was it
It's
the
got some
fridge is ancient?
my switch has got some gunk in it, so it sticks.
Yeah. Don't trust your rice cooker. I didn't know that. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, my rice cooker is a little shifty.
I don't like you, but I do. It's fun. Okay.
All right, slide 23. We have a reference point here. Can you explain what that is to the jury?
So the orange dot, that's going to represent approximately where Maggie Murdaugh's phone was located the following day on June 8th, 2021.
All right, and we have a time reference for the Suburban at this time.
We do. It's going to be 9:08:36 seconds. And it's showing a speed of 42 miles an hour.
42. Yes, your fridge is tattling on you.
Moving on to the next one.
Your fridge is
Tell the jury what
basically a
this is.
cup.
In the grayish white looking box, you can still see the little circle where it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone location. And right under it's where the pinpoint's going to be. It's going to be 908.36, 42 miles an hour.
Professor of logic, that's a bad game.
Next slide,
Dangerous.
25. Slide 25.
The upper halfway portion of that box, you're going to see the circle again, orange circle. That's going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And at 908.42, we have the Suburban traveling approximately 45 miles an hour.
After passing that location, does the defendant's vehicle start to accelerate?
It does.
Improper implication. I saw people saying he slowed down. That actually wasn't testimony. It went from like 37 to 42 to 45. Like he was accelerating.
Which is like, yeah, but that doesn't mean
a lot. But the way that he phrased the question suggests that it did. So
I mean, you're allowed to.
Now, a lot of this is really damning stuff. It really is bad. But do we get to that point beyond a reasonable doubt?
I got a lot of reasonable doubt.
It's fair.
I probably got some unreasonable doubts.
Going to slide 26. Tell us what this references.
So we also have Maggie Murdaugh's phone location. This is just another data point. There's several throughout the road. This one is showing 908.54, 44 miles an hour.
Slide 27.
This is going to show you another overview of this data point in location to Maggie Murdaugh's phone. 908.54, 44 miles an hour.
Slide 28.
This one's further down the road past Godley Farms Road, just for a reference point. This is 909.06, traveling 48.6 miles per hour.
He's speeding up.
Slide 29.
This is another data point in reference to where the phone location is. 909.18 p.m., traveling 49 miles per hour.
And slide 30.
This is going to be another data point at 909.18, traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
Slide 31.
This is also going to be another one on Moselle Road, coming up to Dobson Road. At 909.24 p.m., traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
And then slide 32.
This is also going to be another data point on that road, 909.42, traveling approximately 54 miles an hour on Moselle
Now
Road.
All right, going to slide 33. Has our sort of map orientation changed?
It has. This is still on the drive to Alameda. I believe this is going to be 63 or Snyder's Highway or Walterboro Highway. This is at 9:13:30 p.m., showing a speed of 68 miles an hour on that drive to Alameda.
All right.
I feel like if I'm the jury, this is just nap time.
And I'm going back to slide 3. Do that real quick. And the slide that we were just seeing when the orientation changes, can you come down real quick and kind of describe generally what we were looking at when we started and then the where we're at on that slide that we were just about to
The
look
jury's
at?
been waiting for this.
All right, so where we started on this drive would have been right up here, 4147 Moselle Road. 4147 Moselle Road. This would have been Moselle Road that we just showed all those data points. We made a right onto Dobson Road and then a right onto 63 Snyder's Highway. It's approximately somewhere around here on Snyder's Highway where that data point we just looked at.
I believe
Turn to
this,
slide
Jenny,
33.
because like of literally how long they've been waiting for this information.
And right there is going to be approximately where the data point was at.
Okay. And what's the speed there?
68.7 miles per hour.
Okay.
Going on to slide 34.
This is going to be at 9:14:36, showing approximate speed of 69.4 miles per hour. It's going to be on the top portion.
All right. Moving on to slide 35.
This is going to be at 9:16:48, showing approximately 70 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of your screen here, coming into Varnville.
All right. And down at the bottom center of the screen, what is that? Right here.
That is going to be and just reference, this is going to be coming into Varnville.
All right. Right here, what do we have on slide 36?
This is going to be the Alameda property. You can kind of see it behind the other record part, but it's showing at 9:22:06. The Suburban's pulling, making a left into the Alameda property.
Slide 37, what do we see here? First of all, orient the jury as to what the map image reflects, and then describe the data point, please.
So the map image is going to reflect, you're going to make a left into the driveway. There's a railroad track, I believe here. It's a curved driveway coming in, and then right here is going to be the house. There's a little carport right here, and then the driveway is this whitish part that you see here on your screen.
All right. And then up here, generally in the property, we can see a roof and that sort of thing. What generally are those?
Those are going to be some outbuildings on the property. The trees are kind of, there's a decent amount of trees right here, but there's, I believe, 2 outbuildings right here.
This white area right here just above the house, what is that?
That's going to be where you would park. It's a paved area in front of the carports.
Where do the data points reflect the Suburban going though when it arrives?
The data points for the Suburban, it looks like it went toward like a little bit into the grass, closer to the wood line over here. And that's going to be at 92239.
Closer to the wood line and the outbuildings?
That'd be correct.
All right, and again, what time is the arrival at Alameda?
92239. And this is just, so this right here is going to be a better overview without the
box.
The box. You can see right here is going to be the driveway leading in. This is where a carport would be, where the vehicles would be parked. And this is the main house here. Then you have your outbuildings.
That's pretty good, Professor Logic.
Right here, we have kind of a line of data points right there in the grassy area behind the house.
We do.
All right, going on to slide 39, tell the jury what those calculations represent, please.
So this is going to represent the drive from Moselle to Alameda. During that drive, the Suburban reached a max speed of 74.4 miles per hour during that drive, and averaged 51.94 miles per hour. And this is the data point with the highest speed obtained.
Was that
Focus here.
top speed higher than any speed he achieved when he went to work earlier that day?
That is correct.
Is that average speed higher than any average speed he had when he went to work that day?
That's
Pay
correct.
attention.
Or returned from work?
That's correct. Let me stay down here.
You can do like that. Thank you. That max speed again is what on the trip to Alameda?
74.4 miles per hour.
And the time again that he
Nine.
arrived?
At Alameda,
Yes.
I believe it's going to be 9:20.
Let me back up.
Go back.
We're back up to
922.39. 922.39. He reached his max speed at 914.13.
on June 7th, 2021 at 9:22 p.m. is it dark?
That is correct.
All right, we've gone on to slide 40. Please tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to represent at 9:43.18. This is when we first saw movement. And this would be Alex leaving Alameda en route back to 4147 Moselle Road. It's showing approximately 2 miles an hour.
All right, and the time again?
9:43.18.
The arrival time that you just testified?
That's correct.
What was the arrival time? That you
9:22.
testified? And he's leaving at what time?
9:43.
So approximately how long?
20 minutes.
Going on to slide 41, let me ask you this. Does the data reflect that that the car pauses for a period of time while in that driveway area of Alameda?
It does, about halfway between on the driveway.
Come on down to the jury. I just sent you back. I'm sorry.
So halfway during on this. So this is the driveway right here. This is the driveway just for reference. We see what looks like a data point, I believe, right here. And if we click on that data point, it's going to be about a minute until this data point will show up leaving the property.
All right, and then on slide 41, we have what's the time stamp that you have on that one? And show the arrow to the jury too, please.
Yep, 9:45:22, and the arrow is going to be all the way down at the bottom, right across the railroad tracks, turning onto the M&T Highway.
At 9:45.
That's correct, 9:45:22.
All right, moving on to slide 42. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
This slide's going to show you the drive back from Alameda to Moselle. This is just a data point on the M&T Highway. It's 9:46:01, and on this one doesn't have speed.
Going to slide 43.
This is also
Orient the jury and tell them the data point, please.
so on the bottom. You have Alameda going through Varnville and then heading up to Moselle. This is at 9:51:30. This is showing approximate speed of 74 miles
Focus
an
on
hour.
the speed stuff.
It's going to be
Not just playing this
the
through.
top
Focus
portion
on the
of that
speed
box.
stuff, please.
That's the arrow at the top center.
That's correct.
Slide 44. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
Top of the map, you're going to see Moselle. This is going to be on 63. This is going to be at 9:54:24. We have approximately 70 miles an hour.
And the arrow is located where?
It's going to be on the bottom.
Slide 45. What do you have right here?
This is going to be at 9:59:18. This is Moselle Road coming up to Godley Farms Road for reference. Top portion on the left is going to be the Moselle property. This is at 9:59:18, showing a speed of 57 miles an hour.
All right, we've moved on to slide 46. Tell me about that one, please.
So this is going to be the arrival into Moselle. This is showing 10 o'clock on the dot, showing 7 miles an hour, making a left into the main driveway.
10 o'clock on the dot.
That is correct.
And slide 47.
This is about 30 seconds later. This is 10 o'clock This is about halfway down the driveway of the main house, showing 22 miles an hour.
All right, slide 48. Tell the jury about calculations reflected on this slide.
So this is going to be from his drive back from Alameda to Moselle Road. The max speed that was obtained during that drive was at 9:51, 43 seconds, was 80 miles an hour. The average speed was 46.52 miles an hour during that drive.
Is that average going to also though include that minute where the car paused at the driveway in Alameda?
That's correct.
The top speed was what?
80.16 miles an hour.
And at this time period, would it have been dark outside?
It would.
Let me ask you this. You're a law enforcement officer that works in
Here we go.
this area of the state, correct?
That's correct.
And have you, during the course of your law enforcement career, have to respond to emergencies or call for services and that sort of thing?
That is correct.
All right. And this particular road that we've been talking about, these roads, have they recently been paved?
They have.
And was that after the murders occurred on June 7th, 2021?
They were.
Or were you familiar with?
Leading, suggestive, all of the above. Everything about this questioning and all of the questioning here is impermissible. It's not fair. And I'll tell you why when we get to the cross. But focus on the questioning and how you get to this witness who, as I relayed in the very beginning, was supposed to give you the data and the timeline without interpretation. People have accused the defense of asking witnesses to testify beyond the scope of their expertise. This witness, their expertise is to literally compile data, put it into a report, and extrapolate that and actually just relay that to the jury, the timestamps. Right now, Creighton Waters is walking him down an interpretation of what the speed might mean to this person as a law enforcement officer. The reason I'm bringing this up is that this is what people laughed at when Mr. Barber does it in cross. Barber does it in cross to ask him about different alternatives for speeding and whether it would be reasonable or possible that the person could be driving or passing somebody else. And there was a boom gotcha moment in court where Mr. Barber says, did you know if he might be passing somebody on the road or speeding up or doing any of these things? And the witness says, well, that would be speculating. Or he said, I don't know that. He couldn't. The deer is there and all this other stuff is there. And Barber says, well, that would just be speculating. And the witness says, well, isn't that what you're doing? Remember that little laugh moment in court. And I want you to take that and apply it to what you're about to hear right here. Right here. Two identical types of questions, impermissible of this witness. This pissed me off more than a lot of things that happened today. But yeah, let's listen to where Creighton goes with this.
Familiar with the condition of the roads and what they were like on that route prior to them being repaved?
I am.
All right, and tell the jury what running code is. If you have an emergency or a call for service, an emergency, what is running code?
Running code is where you activate your blue lights and siren, and you go above the posted speed limit at a safe fashion to get to your arrival in a safe manner.
That's when the cops turn on the lights and they're heading to the scene.
Yep, blue lights and sirens.
All right, and you're traveling as fast as you possibly can and still be reasonably safe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And have you had call prior to this road being paved to run code down that road?
That's correct.
All right. Would you at night, or did you ever at night, on the roads as they existed at the time of June 7th, 2021, running code with your lights on, run 80 miles an hour down that road?
I would not know.
And why not? Tell the jury why.
Right there. You see the prosecution being favored in any different respect from the defense in that question and in how that question is asked? Because right there, that was asking for speculation. Did you at any point in time, have you ever driven that fast on that road? That road is scary at night. It's scary and dark. And the defense brings this up in their cross, and they bring it up in their cross. What if he was passing somebody? Well, that would just be speculation. Look, I understand the commentary. I understand the difference in interpretation. But the thing is, you have to be fair to both freaking sides. You can't allow someone to get away with like a joke that just makes everyone laugh and then not allow the same question or allow the same question to be asked without any commentary on the other end. So this part drove me wild, and I'm very curious to get the impressions of someone else who I know has been covering this trial like crazy, who has very long hair. I don't know if it's real or not. I've never actually asked. Who's currently laughing his ass off backstage. Can't really figure out why, because he's exhausted and probably sounds like his voice is shot because he's been putting out 2 fucking videos a day, every day this week.
What's
Peter.
up?
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, man? Yeah, even longer hair than me over there with Ian.
Well, that's true.
I actually just got a haircut today, and they were like,
Yeah,
"You've got really like
people
long
don't
hair."
believe me
I'm
that
like,
I get haircuts. I do. I get haircuts. I swear.
So Peter, how was your recap? Did you have fun?
Yeah, man, it was fun. It was good to get a timeline. It's tough to always balance because I want to be fair and play as much of it as I can, but it's always tough to play like 40 minutes of videos and something I'm trying to do to an hour and a half. But we got it done in just over an hour and a half and went through most of the relevant timeline of the murders. So it was interesting, man. I think it was an interesting day, and I thought that was the best part of the state's case, kind of bringing it all together with that timeline. But I do think problems were shown on cross and even in redirect and in recross with some of the data that on direct, this agent, because you can't call him an expert, he made very clear on cross, I am not an expert. I can't answer that. You got to ask that to somebody else. But on direct, he was giving them everything they wanted and how he's got to follow the data, and the data clearly points to this. It's like, no, it doesn't. And like, just because he hit 80 miles an hour, that's what you were just watching. It took him 16 minutes to get there, 18 minutes to get home. And it took them 17 and a half minutes when they test drove it. So it's like, so whatever his peak was, he wasn't exactly rushing to get to mom's or back. It literally took him the same amount of time it took you guys.
So I have a very curious comment because a friend of mine who's a lawyer made the comment that when you see all lawyers agreeing on something, run for the hills, like literally sprint for the hills. When all the lawyers agree, sprint for the hills.
I disagree on that.
That's kind of the concept. So in honor of that,
oh wow,
Emily, how you doing?
I said that. I did.
Yes, you did. You did. You very much did.
Rob, you got to grow your hair out, man. Join the club.
My it's getting there.
Exactly, Rob. Then people stop confusing you for witnesses.
the sled
Russell,
witness.
Here's the thing. I feel like I need to defend myself. Look, if we all agree on every single little aspect of everything, because we're not all going to agree. We might all get to the same conclusion, but we're all going to get there in different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just when you get to the smaller points, there's going to be definitely some that we all agree on. Like,
also,
hey, this was a bad question.
When it comes to don't talk to the police like this,
that we all agree on.
And you should run.
And maybe if you are in the back of a police car and your lawyer's got 0 buttons done up, it's time to get out of that car.
I'm going to drop another one right now.
There were 2.
No, I'm not gonna.
Peter, my chat is unruly enough. Do not feed them.
First off,
it's
I
bad.
think I'm buttoned all the way up. This shirt just doesn't have a lot of buttons. It is a Biggie Smalls shirt.
I love
But the thing is his was way down to his
was 4
navel.
buttons deep. It was
bad.
wild.
Yeah.
And now that I have people on the stream that I have wanted to kind of share this with, Emily, do you remember a little book that you got a while back?
I do. I've got a whole bunch of other books now because that book spawned progeny.
You have this one?
I don't think I have.
Wow. Oh, that's terrible.
Yes.
But I do
it
have
is terrible.
I do have Brenda, and there's a few others that my child came in and said, "Let me read this." And I'm like, "You're 14. Are you sure you want to do that?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Oh God!" And he put it back down.
Yeah. You. I think people have been talking about a hung jury all day, and this book shows up. It's like, it's a hung jury. Sure, why
Here's
not?
The reason I think hung jury. Look, I know y'all have done trials.
I'm feeling that too.
Here's the thing. There's going to be somebody on this jury that's like, fuck you, this man's guilty. And there is going to be somebody on this jury that's like, the state has not proven anything to me. And those 2 people aren't going to be swayed.
I've been thinking that for a bit.
That's an Emily. That's an Emily question because Ian and I are primarily bench.
How many hung juries have you had, Emily?
Oh God, I mean, a fair few.
Yeah.
But I've had 11-1 hangs, and those are the worst. I've done a murder case that we retried 3 times because it kept hanging, and the hangs were like 2 holdouts for not guilt and stuff like that. So I've definitely had a fair few of hung juries in the more serious criminal practice, and we would retry it. But in the lower level misdemeanors and stuff, not that many hangs. If they didn't think we'd proved it, they had no problem not guiltying it. When you get to the more serious crimes, even if they think you haven't proved it, there are some jurors that are nervous that they're like, yeah, but they're a bad guy and I don't want to let them free. And so
that's what I'm thinking is happening in this case. Like, that's why I think it's going to be the best thing they're doing that is unconventional. And I don't know this jurisdiction because we've tried a case in North Carolina where the jury is allowed to hear what the sentence is. In Florida, they're not allowed to know what the sentence is because
it's same in California.
I don't know about in South Carolina, but the best thing they're doing in this case is telling them he is charged with 90 plus financial crime. He's going to go to prison for the rest of his life. So don't worry.
That was Poot. That was Poot.
Got it.
It was entirely impermissible. It was entirely impermissible. He never should have gotten those questions out of his mouth, but he did.
He's still in jail, isn't he?
Well, and Creighton Waters is the same thing. This trial. I went on a rant earlier about how I wish people would not watch this trial and think this is how it's supposed to work.
Oh no, this is everything you shouldn't do. But can we just have a brief conversation about the medical examiner?
The coroner?
The coroner.
Oh yeah.
Coroner. Why is Dr. Spiegel just sticking his fingers in people's armpits and guessing the time of death with nothing else? He's like, it feels like 9 p.m.
So Emily, I think that's a trap door.
Wait, what?
I think how they did that. It's a trapdoor in this regard. So no one asked the ME what the time of death was. Nobody, not prosecutor, not
pathologist. Nobody asked the pathologist.
No, the pathologist. Yeah. Yep. I said ME, like the ME was the person that was actually did the autopsy, right?
No, that was the pathologist. The coroner's the one who put the time of death on the death certificate, and that's the weird finger guy. So
okay, fine. Yes, weird finger guy.
Yeah. Sorry,
no one
haven't been following this as much. What's with weird finger guy?
We'll get to that in a second. We'll get to this.
I feel like I need a recap because it's being talked about now.
I promise you, I will get you there. I will get you there. I swear to you. So the pathologist does their entire evaluation.
I promise I'll get you there. I'll get you there. I promise. Can somebody just clip it, please?
Can someone not? Just if we could just fast forward through all of that part and just ignore everything Emily just said.
I told
the worst pillow talk.
So the pathologist. She did essentially the breakdown of where the shot trajectory was, the cause of death, all of the above for the state. The question that no one asked her, which I thought they were going to try to ask her, what the estimated time of death was. No one did. I thought they might ask her. I thought the defense was definitely going to ask her. No one asked her that. And this was interesting because the coroner said that
didn't get the bodies until a couple days later.
True. But if you're trying to establish the time of death, the investigation, SLED, is the one who's conducting this, and their job, ostensibly, when they arrive on scene, is to try and establish what the time of death was. And you have the pathologist or the coroner coming up and saying, "Well, I checked the armpit." I think that was a backhanded remark at SLED.
He said, "I put my hand under the armpit to see how warm the body still is."
Correct.
He was dead serious.
Yes.
And he said, I don't want to have to borrow. I don't want to have to borrow a rectal thermometer from the EMS.
He also didn't.
Why wouldn't he have his own thermometers?
That's a good question. But also he didn't want to embarrass Paul or Maggie by pulling down their pants as Paul's head was blown off. But yeah, we don't want to actually check to try to figure out the time of death as he's laying on. I was like, you don't want to embarrass. Yeah. Come on, dude. Who's going to be embarrassed? That made no sense.
Was a backhanded remark at the investigation. While people thought that he was putting him on the stand to try and establish time of death, I don't think it was. I think it was to kind of say this was how bad the investigation was.
Yes, they put him on to show he's an elected official. He came and worked on this investigation. He was not supposed to be a good witness for them. No way.
Yeah.
So they're like,
I am just
astounded. At the time of death, and he said, "I guessed at the time of death."
Correct.
Yes, he
Was a
guessed.
guess.
He guessed, and that
So
was
what's on the
on.
death
That's on
certificate
the
is a
death
guess?
certificate. On
Yeah.
the death certificate is a guess.
He said, so what's on the death certificate is a guess. And he said, yes. And then he pronounced Rigger the whole time. And the chat said Riger is a Targaryen, Rigger is body stiffness. And I
There
said,
was a lot. There was a lot. There was a lot today. There was a whole lot
not a
today.
doctor. Also
I
not a
thought so. My question is Barber, and I want to get your impressions on this because Mr. Witness, Mr. Sled guy, timeline guy, was asked to pontificate at various points during Creighton Waters' direct as to the speed that he was taking, as to whether he, running full sirens, would be traveling at that speed. And then when cross-examined, again, outside the scope of his expertise, when cross-examined to give the same thoughts, became rather argumentative with Mr. Barber. And I had the, what was that?
He did get defensive.
So
did.
cop witness is what you're telling me.
It was cop witness, but I thought, and I was listening. Now, granted, I was listening at 2X for part of this. And at 2X, people sound a lot more aggressive, i.e. Creighton Waters. Oh, it's so hard to hear Creighton Waters. I have a new like brain function for his speech at 2X. It's too fast. But I thought the witness got a little bit too testy and kind of like seemed a little bit more aggressive than I would have wanted him to if I was the person putting him on the stand. I don't know. Did you guys have different impressions?
I mean, I think both the witnesses today kind of got like that. I feel like the roadside incident guy was letting he was playing Harpoolian's game more than playing his own game. You know, he was definitely getting into it, arguing not. I don't understand why some of these witnesses just can't. They can explain their answer, but answer yes or no and then explain it. It looks so bad to me.
They're so defensive because their investigation is so poor.
So bad.
They are very defensive about it. When there's a good investigation and you have a good investigating officer on the stand, they have no problem saying yes or no. They trust that the prosecution will do a redirect and let them explain. And it just flows more smoothly because they're not trying to constantly explain themselves like they're being chastised and they're 5 and they've done something wrong. All of these investigators get very defensive. And I think they're defensive because the defense is pointing out the things that they legitimately did not do well. And the timeline guy, it's fair to say, I didn't look into it. These are the plot points I was given. These are the data points I was given. The lawyers asked me to do this and I did it. But then he gets snappy like Spicy Draco. I think he watched Depp v. Heard because he's like, the same could be said for you. All of your questions are speculative. And I was like, we are. You're in all of this.
Yeah, things went crazy today.
Yep, everybody's punchy, me included.
So another question here for anybody that wants to answer it. I know Emily is the prosecutor. And my favorite is when people come in my chat and are like, Emily just totally disagrees with you. She just must hate you. I'm like, oh yes, she hates me. We must just hate each other. We see something different. So are you charging this murder to Alex Murdaugh? If you're the solicitor or the district attorney or the state attorney, are you charging this?
No.
Me neither. No way.
No.
Thank you. 99 crimes. You're going to prison forever, bud.
No, I would have started prosecuting the other crimes, or at least I'm not charging it now. I would have started prosecuting the other crimes and letting people get comfortable, monitoring the jail calls and waiting. I would lie and wait on this case and see what happens down the road. There's no hurry. There's no need to prosecute him. The financial crimes, he basically confessed to after the roadside incident. The roadside incident, they're going to get him put away for quite a bit of time. He's in custody with the $7 million bail before the murders. He's not getting out. Why rush? Why rush? These prosecutors hate this dude. And that is an icky place to be. And so when people are like, this feels weird, why are they doing this? It feels too personal. That's why it feels weird. That's the difference between this and like the Brooks trial. The prosecutors in the Brooks trial are like, hey, awful stuff happened and we have to prosecute the person that did it. This case, it feels like we're going to get him on everything. And it's too much.
Well, I'm really glad you said that because that I do think that's the one thing. I think the prosecutors are doing a good job, but I'm like, I just feel like that's the wrong move to even charge this at this point with what you have. But interesting.
No, absolutely rushed. And we're seeing it being rushed and it could blow up in their face or they convict him and then it gets appealed forever. And there's a bunch of appellate judges going, is this 404 too much?
There's a lot of grounds for appeal and they've been somewhat preserved. I think that they haven't been really as articulately preserved as I would have wanted them to be. But I mean, you go back to that judge and the judge letting stuff in, and someone made the comment of this judge has kind of created the monster that he's in right now. And you have to kind of side with that. You start letting stuff in. You say, I'm going to hear the evidence as it comes in. And you tell the lawyers and said, this is how I'm going to operate in this trial. And they're going to play that. I have made the comments before that a judge can be right or wrong as long as they're consistent. And I know how to try a case in front of them. This judge has been consistent, but it has allowed the lawyers to maneuver and to kind of just say, I'm going to create a shit sandwich and see what happens.
The prosecutor, my cousin Vinny, there was an objection to hearsay, and he just starts blurting out the words. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm surprised.
Wait, no, stop. My favorite point.
I didn't know what that was, but it was this. They're the same.
Tell me you heard the clap.
Oh, I heard
Someone heard the clapping.
I lost my mind. This trial has turned into a farce, and we got people crawling around on the ground. We got people sticking fingers in armpits. We've got the witness today being like, are you trying to court me? I
that was wild. In a double murder trial. Like, it's funny for us to watch as we're like doing analysis or whatever, but if I'm Alex Murdaugh, I'm pissed. If I'm the state attorneys, I'm like, what's going on? Like, everybody in the courtroom has laughed multiple times audibly throughout this case. They're laughing at the sarcastic banter between the lawyers. I'm like,
Poot wants his moment, because then he got back up and was like, did you think he was trying to propose to you just then? Like, Harpootlian wants the spotlight. My cousin,
so does Creighton. So does my cousin. They all do.
I think they're all reading the internet hype about them. I think Creighton loves that the podcasts are calling him Big Creighton Energy. I think that Metters, yes, they are. I think that Metters loves that he was brought in because he's done a murder trial with Poot before. So he was brought in to like be the boot, scoot, and Poot, whatever. I think they'll love it. There was a new prosecutor today in week 4 that we've never seen before to cross the me. What?
I know.
This trial is crazy. No court in LA would ever allow any of the things that are allowed in this court. Like, where'd you go to high school? Who's your spouse? What do they do for a living?
Ugh. So I will say, some of the lawyering that's really interesting when you get certain defense lawyers specifically, usually, that have been doing it for a long time. Like, I mean, I even see it when my dad tries cases. My dad was the chief of the criminal division of the Middle District, and tons of the prosecutors there at the AUSA offices are now judges. So it's like, we went to we had a trial in one jurisdiction, small jurisdiction in Florida. They had the judge had to disclose to the prosecutor that he used to work for my dad. And he said, so if you want to recuse me, but the only other judge in this jurisdiction also worked for my dad. So if you want to go there, then it's going to be 2. And they just get away with stuff. And it seems like Harpootlian just gets away with stuff in the courtroom that probably a lot of other lawyers in South Carolina are like, I could never say that. Yep. And there are certain guys and gals that you can see that happen with when they've been practicing for a long time and, you know, they are buddies with all the judges. A lot of stuff goes that I would never do in court. So
most of my friends that I came up with are now judges.
Right.
Either the judges or the bosses at this point.
It's uncomfortable. It's like the kids you went to high school with that became teachers of your kids, and you're going, no. I knew you. I knew what you did, and now you're teaching children, and I'm not okay with this. Like, I watched you passed out in the ditch. Like, I saw you drink too much and go over the side of the ditch and like fall on your face. And now
what are they going to do to
teaching children?
All my friends in college watching me become a lawyer. Thanks, Bob. I feel very called out.
I'm sorry. Here's another call out. Do you have a certain thing that's near you that does a certain voice that might make a noise that yodels?
I have a few things.
Do you? Do you have this?
I do.
I think Rob just asked if we could play with our pickles.
That was harmonized. How did that harmonize?
Me.
You guys are like, Peter, I'm sorry your chat has not sent you inappropriate things like
Peter,
that.
I'm sorry. We've become a morning radio show with like all of the noises.
I'm just here listening and asking questions. That's all. That's what I'm here for.
Okay. So, but on this point, so Peter, it's unfortunate. I don't know why it turned out. Well, why? Yes.
Yours is a pale pickle. I don't know. My pickle.
Can we not really?
It
I'm sorry, it's already done.
I'm not Greek.
They have a little more color in ours.
Good Lord.
So, Jesus.
Wait, I've got to ask
So-
Peter a question. No, because Poot did this in court. Poot said, you know, I used to be a prosecutor and you were a witness for me.
Yeah.
Tell me you've never done that, Peter. Tell me you
Oh,
don't.
no,
I know you're
no.
a prosecutor too.
No, I don't like to insert myself in the process. Like I feel like they have towed so many lines personally that I would be like, gosh, I don't know. Am I creating these appellate issues? Am I creating these open doors? The judge is saying anything opens the door, obviously, but they are doing way too many things like that where I think they are purely testifying. And I'm interested to see if they argue later that something is in evidence that's not actually in evidence because they just asked
already
a
have.
cross-examination question.
They already have.
Yep.
They already have done that.
Yep.
Like, that's what I was telling the chat, like yesterday when I was doing a recap, I said, closing argument, you're going to see 9 million objections because of the way these attorneys operate. They are going to
I
be
don't think you are.
mischaracterizing.
I think they're going to let it go. Half these questions aren't even objected to.
I don't think they remember what's in evidence and what's not at this point because they know the case so well. And the prosecutors are too close to it. And I feel like they don't even remember what's in evidence. I think they're a little overconfident and they don't remember. But what did y'all think? Because I didn't get to see anyone's reactions. Peter, I've been trying to catch your evening wrap-ups, but I had to go get my nails done.
Hey,
what did y'all think of that weird proffer, not a proffer interview that Poot's cross-examining Alec to the police while he's on the phone from rehab? What is
uncomfortable?
And then Jim's giving answers.
That's what I was going to say. You know, technically, I actually think that is evidence. I think what Jim Griffin said in that interview is evidence because they entered that interview into evidence.
Yeah.
That was not a question asked. So, and if you remember, that's where he said, like, oh, no, I'm not worried about Buster. I paid all my drug dealers. Like, we don't have to worry about anything. And Griffin's like, well, that's assuming Eddie didn't skim money off the top and they're coming after you for that. That's an evidence now, not even coming from Alex Murdaugh.
Yep. Not redacted. I take you back to the Depp v. Heard trial. Do you remember how many times? And they had the Friday every Friday. Sorry, Judge Ascarati had the morning session blocked off of her docket to go over these deposition transcripts and to literally go through redactions and make sure all the redactions were there before it got submitted as evidence. And they would basically say, we're going to submit this, mark it this way. We're going to submit the redacted version later. And Judge Ascarati the next day said, where's my redacted copy?
Yep.
That video, that audio should have 100% in theory been redacted, at least in part, or I would have made the argument, but it wasn't. It's just all in evidence. Everything is in evidence. Evidence is my wine bottle that's empty. Like everything is evidence.
We should mail a pickle to put in evidence. They put textbook photocopies in evidence that the pathologist didn't use or rely on. They just photocopied it and we're like, we're admitting this for evidence. What? The rules of evidence.
All these guns, but yet confirmed none of them are actually the murder weapon. But he's got a lot of guns.
A demonstrative tarp. There's a demonstrative tarp in evidence.
They like playing with the guns, though. It's very uncomfortable to watch.
They like saying how they don't know how to handle them, but they still want to handle them.
Huh?
I don't know where to hold it. Why don't you hold it?
I saw some clips of that and I was just like,
oh, I was going to say, how did you feel?
Somebody, because the thing is that every once in a while, somebody F's up checking a gun. And so when they're like, oh, it's safe. It was checked. I'm like, but you didn't check it. You don't know how to check it.
These are checked, opened, and padlocked open.
Did anyone call cold gun?
I still don't trust it.
I wouldn't trust it. All the weapon handlers have rechecked the guns when they're handed to them, but the lawyers just grab all the evidence.
The lawyers, I still don't like the way the lawyers are handling stuff.
And pointed to the gallery.
At
the gallery.
I had a moment when I threatened a cop with, I will arrest you mid-trial. Because here in Canada, pointing a firearm without a lawful excuse is a criminal offense. And the cop, every time he handled a gun, was doing this on purpose. He wasn't like, this wasn't accidental. He'd sight the gun directly down at me. And I was just like, could the officer be directed not to point a gun at me? And they're like, well, Mr. Runkle, he's not pointing it at you. I'm like, he is though, and I will arrest him. So finally the judge is like, could you point that in at the wall maybe? I don't like that. I've heard too many horror stories of people doing things like checking the gun mid-trial and a cartridge pops out. I don't like it. So, yeah, leave the guns alone if you don't know how to handle them. And knowing how to handle them means not pointing them at people.
It is this entire case.
But Mr. Barber said it was okay in the interest of justice to have the gun pointed at him.
No.
Put it on the record. Doesn't
Now,
that
Don't care.
Now, here's one thing I will say about that. The part of that demonstrative I thought was very, very effective. And Emily, I actually, and both of you guys, because I know you watched it. Ian, I'm giving you the pass because you haven't followed this trial. Putting Barber in the door frame, physically in the door frame, when that's where the shot is supposed to have taken place in the feed room, and then recreating the angle with the distance between the head and the muzzle of the gun. Like recreating that in that door frame, I thought was very effective to use the door frame, but very creepy.
To be fair, the prosecutor did it first. Creighton
Yes.
did it first. But the defense did a very good job of making everything look exaggerated because you had him like leaning over like the hunchback of Notre Dame, like holding the gun. Was it like this? Like he made it as awkward as possible, but they love them some demonstratives.
I walked through my house like after that day was done, like and walked around door frames with a 36-inch, like just to match the barrel and see if I could recreate that exact scene. And I'm going, I can argue this both ways, which is every piece of evidence in this fucking trial. Every piece of evidence in this fucking trial.
His phone's off because he's a murderer or because he's sleeping.
Yeah.
He's
hitting
speeding.
his bombs or he's
speeding.
not. He stops for a
slows
minute on
down.
the train track
Yeah.
because he's ditching evidence or there's a train.
Or the suggestion that because, this part pissed me off a lot. The suggestion that there was the part where they went into the investigation of, well, there was a cooler on property, wasn't there?
Oh my gosh, that's all people needed. That's all they needed, and there's your answer.
They didn't
like,
have a witness. They didn't
okay.
have a witness who saw
Just
the
about
cooler.
lost it.
They have very intentionally not called CB Rowe, and I wonder if the defense will. It's been very intentional.
I don't know.
I don't know.
That's Mr. FBI / CIA trained. I was trained to kill Black Panthers up and down from this Eastern Seaboard.
Yep. That guy.
Cause I mean,
That's
I don't
creepy.
know. So I asked my chat before I went into any of the witness, the timeline witness, before I started asking about the steps, because the steps, I have a problem with that. I want to ask a question about that in a second, but I asked them how they felt after that witness was done. Eliminates all probable doubt or all reasonable doubt, therefore guilty, or I still have reasonable doubt or not sure, want to see the defense. It was damn near split, like 30, 34, 29, 37. Like it was almost equally split. And I'm going, fair, great. I love my chat for being that way because I think that all of those answers are correct. Every single one of those answers is right.
Most
None
of
of them are wrong.
my chat said, if I had already made up my mind, this confirmed what I thought. So the confirmation bias on the timeline is absolutely real. If people are like, he didn't do this or he had help, the timeline proves that he couldn't have done this or he had help.
Yep.
But if people are like, he absolutely did that, they're like, look, he only checked, he couldn't have checked the bodies. There's no time. We already knew he lied about that. The OnStar data confirms it. I thought the defense did a great job playing the 20-second timer on the phone. And I thought it made the witness look terrible when they're like, do you agree that's 20 seconds? He's like, well, it's 20 seconds on your phone. What, like time has suspended the iPhone? What deputy or agent or senior special agent or whatever they are, the time has not been suspended in this iPhone. Come on.
Yeah. And there was a comment in the chat and a question in the chat, and I want to ask people of this because essentially we've all been watching this trial, and Ian has been adding in his little bit of spice here and there. Where are you right now? And it's a trick question because where we should be is at the end of the state's case, we should all be leaning guilty. In theory,
not close for me. I'm still not guilty. I think in order to get to guilty, I've got to be like, yeah, he must have ditched the guns here and then cleaned off there, which there's really no actual proof of. So I have a problem where I feel like I would have to be answering questions on my own to get to guilty. That's where I'm sitting right now. Is I just think the investigation was so bad that nothing the state really could do at this point because the evidence does not exist, because it probably did exist and they could have gotten it. But I just feel like, and I also feel like it makes the most sense if there was some kind of conspiracy or he knew it was happening, but he didn't actually pull a trigger, or there were two people there. Like, I feel like that's really where I'm leaning. I feel like it's almost been confirmed he did not do this by himself with the two guns in this amount of time to get rid of all that stuff and leave no shred of evidence that when the next crime he tried to commit was so piss poor in his effort to toss the knife right across the street and puncture a run flat tire and make up this whole story and then admit it a month later or whatever. Like, as bad of a criminal as he was there, I can't imagine him committing this crime by himself.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I think that where I am right now, I think the state moved the needle for me in a direction they needed to. I don't think they got me to the beyond reasonable doubt yet.
I think it was a good push today. I do.
They did a great job. I still have questions on the footstep stuff. I thought I didn't like the way he testified to the steps and the pace of the steps, because on direct he testified that it was a fast pace, right, or slow. And then on cross, when asked the same question about the number of steps during a period of time, he was really cagey. And he kind of said, well, he could have stopped in that moment, or maybe all the steps were taken at one part and not the other part. And I was like, no. You get to either suggest to the jury that establishes the pace or it doesn't. And that question there bothered me a lot. It really bugged me. As does the timing, and as does the constant insinuation from the prosecutor. I would honestly, I would have made a pretrial motion in limine to prevent him from saying locks forever. Like locks forever. Every freaking time. I don't know that I ever would have won it, but at least I would have fucking preserved it. It's the locks forever part. He says locks forever, never unlocks again. How many times was it said to insinuate to the jury that lock moment is that last moment? I asked a question of a really good friend of mine, really good friend. I asked a question. I said, you ever look at your phone and you see 2% battery? What do? You put it in your pocket. And if it vibrates, do you check it? You don't. Other people are different. And this, in my mind, is the very definition of reasonable doubt. You cannot transpose one person's actions with their phone.
Well, that's why they brought in the expert that did all the pattern of life stuff for Paul.
I feel like they did a good job with that.
I did too.
Do you know what they didn't do? You know what they didn't do with this expert today? They established no pattern with driving. None with driving. It was limited to the 7th. They didn't look at any driving history of how fast he drove to Alameda on any other night. Nothing about that.
That would have been important.
It's paved now, but it wasn't paved back then.
Sorry, Ian. We started talking at exactly the same time. They did testify that the road was bumpy. That was their evidence on that.
But he was able to throw that cell phone out at 45 miles an hour
on a bumpy road.
Yeah, they're trying to say he accelerated after, and there are some online that are like, and he accelerated after he threw the phone. I'm like, or he accelerated with speed changes. Like that's not a slow down and toss the phone to me. The stuff with Maggie's phone, I think the defense is going to do quite a lot.
Yeah,
to talk about stuff with Maggie's phone, because they're like, oh, conveniently, they don't know how fast Maggie's phone's going. They don't have the GPS for Maggie's phone. They don't know if Maggie's phone is traveling with Alec, which goes absolutely to a second shooter takes off with Maggie's phone. It didn't walk on its own.
It's the steps after that, because they say last lock, and that's the problem with the state. The state says last lock forever. And that right there is the time frame the jury looks at as being the last moment that person's alive. So every step after that is by a killer or somebody else. But the phone moves after that. And the defense is going to argue it's one of two things. Either a second person is moving the phone or Maggie is still alive, both of which create reasonable doubt as to the time of death or who killed.
I haven't unlocked my phone in like, I don't know how many hours, and I've driven around and walked around and so forth. Like,
how do you drive and not unlock your phone?
Thank you, Tiffany.
You can get a pretty nasty ticket for that here.
Oh, I just look at it and turn my music on. I tell Siri to do things on my phone. I look at my phone and it opens.
But I think that's habit. That's the point. That's the point of proving Paul was always answering his text immediately, letting his phone die while he was using it. I feel like they established to me all that stuff. I feel like we have a pretty good agreement of when the time of death is, and we just don't have an agreement as to where Alex Murdaugh was, because there's a video of him right there at 8:44. Like, what do you want? A video of him committing the crime? It's like,
what's your timing based on all the evidence you've heard? What's your timing of time of death?
I would say somewhere between 8:49 and 9:06.
Really?
Okay. 8:49, 8:50. 8:49, 8:50.
For Paul, you're saying?
For Paul and Maggie both.
Well, Maggie's got the 8:53 to 8:55 steps, so I think there's at least an argument that she was still walking around the outside or whatever at 8:53, 8:55.
And I think somebody took her phone off of her afterwards. I don't know who it was, but I think somebody took her phone off of her afterwards, because if her son had just been shot and she has no defensive wounds, there's no way she's walking around. There's no way. There's no way she's walking around and not calling 911 in those few minutes. There's no defensive wounds to show a struggle. If somebody shoots my kid, no way. There's just no way. So I think there's somebody taking the phone away.
I'm later than that. I'm in the 9:00. I'm actually like in that 9 o'clock area, like, and beyond.
You in the corner.
I didn't touch the armpits.
Scientifically speaking, Rob is at 9 o'clock. Okay.
I
don't know.
Oh my God.
All this stuff makes a lot more sense that there's more than one person. I mean, that's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are at. I think where a lot of people are at is he's involved.
Yes.
I don't know if he's the shooter, and that's where the prosecution should have waited. Absolutely waited, or should have flipped Cousin Eddie, because I think Cousin Eddie knows a lot more. Because Cousin Eddie is not the big fish in all of this. Alec is the big fish, and I think they just were too close to their case and too confident that they were bringing everybody down with it. I think they needed to wait on this one. But I've got defense attorneys. I've got a question for both of you. In opening statement, Harpootlian said, "We are going to prove that Alex Murdaugh is innocent." Everything you do now, would you ever argue that?
I never argue that, period.
No.
Unless, I mean, the thing is if I'm at the point where I think I can prove my client is innocent, I've probably got the file tossed before we got to trial, right? Like, and I've had files where it was like, I've got proof, and none of them went to trial. But I'm not running to trial with like definitive evidence unless I've got the most, I mean, this might be the weird exception where this is like the most unreasonable prosecutors, but how would you be going to like,
well, I mean, I think they, as the judge likes to point out, they both keep saying like, clearly this is what this says. And like,
I love the judge for doing that.
So I think that could be why they see this case pretty differently. I like to just make beyond reasonable doubt seem like 99.9999999%. I try to like make the burden seem like the biggest thing in the world.
Yes. In civil cases, all possible doubt.
I try to make like 50.0001 all that I need for more likely than not in civil cases, like the lowest burden you could ever. They could seem like really, really close to right, but if we're just a little bit more. So that's how I mess with the burdens and talk about them like this beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, they have to really prove this to you. You can't just think he probably got rid of his clothes. They got to prove that he got rid of his clothes. They got to prove that he got rid of the gun. They got to prove he pulled the trigger, not just that it was nobody else. That's not proving a case. That's how I would focus on this case, is that burden is so high.
Help me explain this one. Help me explain this one. And I want all three of you to, because you guys have all practiced on both sides of the aisle. Well, two of you.
I've only done defense.
One of you on both sides of the aisle. The other two are on opposite sides. How would you get this case? Because I've had the question asked of me several times. If this isn't a circumstantial case to prove guilt, how do you get a circumstantial case under this set of facts? Take this case, get me to beyond a reasonable doubt in a circumstantial case, and only circumstantial. How do you get there?
So
hypothetically, speculate away.
Number one, he wasn't actually at mom's. So he doesn't have an alibi. We don't know where he was, right? That I think helps, because I think that he was at mom's with the clothes, with no blood and all that stuff. Like, that's helpful for him, you know, or that there was some GSR in the back seat of the car. Do we know it was from the murder weapon or whatever? I don't know. But it's like it just seems like it's way too clean.
The
and it's
seatbelt.
way too lining up to me that the defense has all this circumstantial evidence of his innocence. I don't think they've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, but I think there is some circumstantial evidence of that as well. There are cases where there's a lot more a gap in the evidence that it's like, there's no explanation for this stuff. Like he probably had to do it. I feel like there's a lot of explaining these circumstances away, but it's how I see it.
I've proven a lot of circumstantial cases, but not like this. With this case, I either would have waited or I would have charged conspiracy to commit murder and argued motive and opportunity. No one has access to this place. He lured Maggie and Paul there. He used the family guns. He left, but he was there at 8:44. It's at 8:49. He heard the gunshots and he went the other way to make sure he had a rock solid alibi, and somebody else cleaned up the scene. He came back at 10:06. Oh my God, and called it in. And then his emotions were real because he hadn't seen what the person that he was working with did, which is why he's saying things like they got him so bad. And I just can't imagine it, because he thought that the person who was going to do this wasn't going to do it quite that bad. And that's why he's so emotional about, did they suffer and are they really dead, and doing all the double checking. It all makes more sense if he walks away from it as they're being murdered. But that also, what does it benefit him? And if I can't answer that in a closing argument, I don't bring the case.
And you don't have to know the co-conspirator. With a lot of people in the chat asking those questions, you don't necessarily have to know the co-conspirator. It's hard, but I think it makes a lot more
unknown,
sense.
a yet unnamed. You can say yet unnamed because the investigation is still ongoing, but you need to
no
charge and
point.
put this person behind.
There's no point to charge him. Alex Murdaugh was already in custody. He's not a menace to society in the way that he's going to still be out harming someone, the way that you want to lock up like a Brian Kohberger if you think that if the police think that he committed those four murders in Idaho, you want to get him arrested as quickly as possible because you're worried what he might do next. That's not what's going on with Alec. He's already in custody for all the roadside stuff.
Yeah,
they want a public hanging of him. That's really what they want.
Yeah, and it's baffling because in Canada they will there's a lot of cases where people have been really upset. There was a guy they sort of had notions that he'd committed like 40 murders, and they charged him with like 3 of them. And people are like, what about all these other victims? It's like, well, at the end of the day, we'll get him on 3. That's enough, right? And he's going to jail forever. Why? They're spending a lot of
money. A lot of money.
You guys have elected prosecutors out there, don't you?
It's a lot.
Well, the other thing is,
I know.
I want to know, Duffy Stone was the solicitor for the 14th Circuit that had this case up till that August 11th interview. That's the day that they recused themselves. I want to know what was going on in communications with the prosecutor and law enforcement. Because if I had law enforcement come to me and be like, well, we had a search warrant, but there were a lot of people there and we didn't want to inconvenience them, I would lose my fucking mind. Lose my mind, like up to the chief of police and all of my bosses lose my mind. And they were all just like, meh. And I can't put aside that it might be the prosecutor wasn't really pushing for them to do much of an investigation until the AG's office took it.
So I have a bone to pick with a purple-haired person on this screen.
Not it.
Peter, that's
not last time I checked.
Peter's only got the purple mic.
It is.
All right.
It is the purple mic.
I need to get my mic. My mic is
when the murder charges were announced, and I remember when the murder charges were announced, I remember that you announced them and you posted them on your Twitter, and I made a comment back and I said, looks like he waived speedy trial, or it looks like he didn't waive speedy trial. He's demanding speedy trial. They better have their facts in order.
Mm-hmm.
And someone with purple hair doubled down and said, they have 99 charges. They have the facts. They're not going to bring it if they don't have it.
They had to have. They're not going to bring it if they don't have it. I completely overestimated what they were thinking. Because look, why even indict him if you're not ready for trial? You know exactly what he's going to do. And they had no rush. So I'm like, they brought the indictment. They should be ready for trial when they do the indictment of the grand jury. And then you've got the officer being like, oh, they're mixed loads at the grand jury, and being like, oh, guess that was an error. I'm like, oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. The grand jury stuff.
That was brutal.
Ian, did you catch any of that?
I didn't catch that.
So the grand jury was impaneled to issue these indictments.
99, in fact.
And the lead investigator in the case, 99 charges, but murder might not be one. I get it. We're all going to come out with merch if this comes back as not guilty, because it's going to be an own on the prosecutor, not on anybody else. And it's a damn shame if that's how it happens. But the lead investigator on the case misled the grand jury. And I get that he's trying to dance around it, that he didn't do it intentionally. And I know that people are going to have opinions one way or the other. But you don't use that choice of phrase. He said the different loads in the shotgun that would have killed Paul were the same different loads that were in the shotgun that were recovered at the scene. False statement. False statement. There was buckshot and birdshot. There was buckshot and birdshot in the 2 shells that killed Paul. There was 12 gauge and 16 gauge in the 2 shells that were in the Benelli in his hands. That is inherently misleading.
Somebody should be fired for that.
They're not going to be.
I know they're not going to, but in a better world, somebody should be.
It's really bad. I couldn't believe
consequences are not for the prosecution. The state doesn't face consequences.
If anybody should face consequences, it should be the people that wield all the power to do shit right. I mean, but they should be. And it's just...
But they wield the power to not have consequences.
It's
That's
appalling.
how that works.
It's just appalling. And he was like, that's what I was told. And I think the follow-up was, did you ever correct it? I don't think that was ultimately what the grand jury hinged on, but I want to know how much the grand jury relied on the blood spatter expert that was a complete disaster that was never brought in.
And I think it's totally fair game for the defense to argue this. And that's another reason why I am just firmly in not guilty. The prosecution so clearly thought that white shirt had blood spatter on it. And that's why they didn't care about the seafoam green and the khaki. And now he must have got rid of them, even though we never even searched for him anywhere. And our expert told us blood spatter until we so clearly knew he was wrong and had to get a different expert. And we're not even going to call him. And the defense got those internal memos, which was interesting. But that is fair game to talk about how
hilarious.
That blood, they absolutely thought that white shirt had blood on it. That's why they've got to be but I like how the prosecution kind of did the little twist. We've done this in PI cases before where it's yes, he did have a pre-existing injury, which this was an exacerbation. We have to actually prove there was a pre-existing injury. So it's everybody looked at this shirt. It was so clean. They're like, you know what? You're right. It is so clean, a little too clean. And that's what they did after going through so much.
They did a bend and snap. They absolutely did. And then brought in the different expert to do the crime scene reconstruction, and had Blanca say, well, I never saw those clothes again. And there will be jurors that just believe Blanca. I believe Blanca. I believe that Blanca never saw.
What does that mean? She wasn't searching for those clothes. That's the problem. And she just never saw them again.
Never saw them.
There was one question in response to that. One was that in cross, Jim Griffin, which I thought was probably one of if you're looking how to cross-examine a state witness, go watch that. I don't care what you think about this case. Jim Griffin, that cross-examination was wonderful.
It was a great cross.
Shirofsky in Rittenhouse, Jim Griffin in that cross. Great examples of how to cross a witness.
It was a great cross. It was a different style. People were waiting for the Depp Heard moment, and there aren't often in criminal cases. It is that methodical picking away and building their closing that we saw. It was a very good cross.
It was so good. But so the crime scene reconstruction guy. One question that I had after listening to that and seeing the angles of everything. Everyone talks about how he could have hosed off, right? And that's assuming a straight shot
that they never searched.
I know, but it's assuming a straight shot and then assuming a shot at an angle. But in order to get the angle based on the trajectory that he had, I had one theory, which was basically you take the butt of the shotgun and you put it on the ground like you're pretending to set it down, right? Like, Paul, oh my gosh, accidental discharge. I'm so sorry. Mom comes running. You're sitting there going, come on, we'll help you. And then he goes to set the gun down because it almost has to be on the ground to be 2 to 3 feet away from his head. 5'9", 2 to 3 feet away from the head. sets it on the ground, and that's when it shoots. The problem is at that angle, spray isn't just here. It's everywhere. 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 If you guys don't believe me, I did a reenactment like Lizzie Borden. We covered the Lizzie Borden trial on Trial Century. I hit a blister pack with an axe.
Rob loves a reenactment.
It's fun. But the next day, I found freaking like ketchup, like back here, like behind my ear. This stuff goes everywhere. I can't get past that.
Chat.
I can't.
Quiet.
Ian.
Settle down, chat.
I just can't get past that. With the angle of the shot, I can't get past that.
What does the angle of the shot prove? Like nobody's 3 feet tall shooting, so it's not like, oh, Alex so tall it couldn't have been him. I don't really know what the angle of the shot proves as far as like who did it.
Splatter. Like that's what it proved to me.
Clean.
Not splatter.
Sure. Right.
It's like
there's 50
a
things
straight
that
shot.
that say he
straight
should have
shot
the spatter on him.
hits the chest, and where blood comes from the chest is actually usually out either the back, a little bit of spray out the front, but not a whole lot. But face that angle upward, it's like taking a thumb on a water hose and it just goes whoosh.
But you also didn't see, because of whatever water, you also didn't see spray coming forward out the door. Like there was nothing on the ground out the door. It was all back and behind. So I don't know if that area wasn't hosed off, because you would have seen a void where a person was and then everything spattered around them. And you didn't see that either. So the water has something to do with it, but the prosecution has made everything a bigger deal than it actually is. They're going to argue that Alec is the only one that could have put the dog away. Obviously, they're going to argue that Alec's the only one that put the hose back the wrong way. And there are going to be some jurors that are like, yep, Alec is the only one that would have gotten poor hard-headed Bubba back in his pen with the chicken out of his mouth. And obviously he's the only one that was up there and nobody else was up there. So he killed them.
The confirmation bias is 100% real with jurors. All of the research and the studies we look at in all these trials, people are shocked at how early jurors make up their mind. Jury selection is the most important part of the process. That's why I'm always so interested in how different jurisdictions pick juries, because once they are with you, as we say, like they're going to believe you, and you got to give them something to go with, and you got to give them something to believe in and give them something to go back in the jury room and fight for you, for the people that believe the other side. But all this stuff, like we're like, yeah, no way. And they're like, oh, there's the reason. That's why his shirt's clean. Smells like detergent. He must have worn it and then washed it and then put it back on and then gotten in the car and drove to mom's house. That makes perfect sense. That's just kind of how they are with when they go through evidence in these trials. That from everything that I've researched and seen, the way you said your chat is, that's a great depiction, I think.
But you've talked to juries after your trials, Peter, and you hear them tell you, oh, this was the key moment. And you're like, what?
I'm like, we almost didn't call that guy. What are you talking? You know,
you can't ever imagine what a group of 12 and then the dynamics between them. You never know what the dynamics between them is going to be. And so when people ask me how I picked a jury for me. I picked a jury that would like me. I didn't try to pick a jury like this kind of juror is going to like this kind of case. I picked a jury that would listen to me, sometimes too well, but picked a jury that would listen to me. And
you guys pick your own, Emily.
Yeah. And we audio our own too. So you get to talk to them.
The only way to do it. The only way to do it. In federal court here, we don't. And it's misery. It's so much harder because of that. You don't get to talk to them.
They got,
you guys would hate Canada.
They got questionnaires. They didn't get to talk to them.
I know that was like federal court here. Yeah. State court. Oh, we get to have fun. But in federal court, man,
you get to like, what about this? And what would you think of that? You get to have, it's the only time you get to have a conversation with them. And you can tell, you just get to practice reading people, and you can tell if they like you or not. And if they don't like 100%. You, though they might be a good juror, you yeet.
It's not hard to get
I'm gonna do a soft pause moment, because I know that Peter's been talking all week long. Putting out two videos a day.
Peter's leaving us.
2 videos a day, and practicing law. And I know that he did his video tonight. I know he's freaking tired. I can see
y'all have jobs. I'm sorry.
Peter, the chat was asking for your PO box. I have said, as you have said in the past, and you can dissuade me if I'm wrong in this regard, but Peter does have a law firm, and he has said that if you are going to send something, especially an embarrassing yodeling pickle,
Send inappropriate gifts to the law firm because I bet someone else
Send-
opened them.
My staff loves
send it to the law firm. It is so sensitive.
It's her favorite thing
Just-
when I get a box from to the lawyer. Yeah. Oh,
Just
yeah.
don't send glitter.
I'll put it here in the private chat.
Use code CASE and send Peter gifts.
Just,
All right. It's in the
it's in the private chat.
yeah. All right, it's in there.
You
How
guys,
many,
it's not hard to find. You can find it.
Okay.
You can.
How many
Peter,
assistants do you have at your firm?
We have 16 staff people, but there's the same one staff person will do my mail, and I don't get boxes from normal people, it's all from YouTube. I don't get them from no clients send me boxes from FedEx or from Abu Dhabi or whatever. That's just from YouTube. They know it's from YouTube at this point, so it's fun. It's always fun. We'll have
Emily
a
is
good time.
laughing because Emily knows what I know. Just be prepared to be surprised.
I don't know what your everybody's
have-
chat's different. I know that. I know everybody's chat. I've been on some wild ones, so I don't know.
You have a very respectful chat that loves to send you books and cards. I have a chat that sends me
my chat's the greatest. and
Pickles.
I love them so much.
or a chat that sends me.
I get hot sauce.
So there you go. There you go. Chat inspiration. There you go. Peter could probably. I bet Peter's staff would love opening a bunch of books just like this.
I don't know about Linda's clam. I'm sure.
Oh,
Peter,
So-
it's I've been loving your recaps. It's been really
Yes.
fun to see. And it's funny watching because I'll see comments where people are like, Emily said this, and I'm like, I didn't know. It's just funny watching how people perceive what you're saying about something differently. And that's the thing about trial too, is jurors perceive what they're hearing differently based on where they're at, what's going on, how their morning was, if they're fighting with their spouse or their kids or whatever. And so it's really interesting. It's really interesting to watch it happen. But I don't know. I'm torn on this case, but I think there will be some jurors who are convinced because they hate this dude, and I think that's going to land us probably in a hung. If they have it, I will be most surprised if they have a verdict one way or the other.
my bet right now is still on guilty. That would be my bet, because when I've had cases before, and the 404B stuff is the biggest hearing we have to do it way prior to trial over here. And if we ever lose that, it's tough to win. When they can bring in other stuff, they automatically are like, well, that's propensity and he's bad character. It's like, wait, that's not what it's supposed to be used for. But it doesn't seem to matter. So I think all the other stuff in this is why I'm leaning toward they're going to convict him. But I don't know. Nothing would surprise me.
Yeah. So to anyone who has not checked out Peter's channel, Peter, lawyer is doing nightly recaps after the Murdaugh trial. I'm sorry he looks dead tired, but I have to grift him a little bit. He does this every night. It's amazing. Emily's in the chat, Ian's in the chat, I'm in the chat, because we actually really, really, really want to hear his opinion. It's really kind of cool. Like, you hear lawyers differ. You actually get a lot of us on this like one night only, apparently. But go watch his channel, please. And if you have not subscribed, please do so. He has a special unboxing he's going to do sometime next week. Hopefully,
I talked all that trash, and now I'm delaying the unboxing. Rob.
That's what I mean.
200K, right?
Yep.
It's for his. Yeah. It's an unboxing,
I
and
think it's a
hopefully
one of a
I'll be
kind
at
right now. It might not
200K.
always be. I know.
Yeah,
I need to do it.
yeah.
Is this trial ever going to end? I would like the trial to end and do it. That's what's.
I
pissing me
think
off.
we have. I honestly, I'm sorry, but I think we have at least a week and a half left, if not two, because that Creighton's not going to pass up his opportunity for rebuttal witnesses. Unless
God.
they leave, unless they start losing other jurors. If jurors start dropping, it's going to change the dynamic. But that's a tough spot for the defense. We've got jurors now a week over what they anticipated, and now you've got a week of defense cases. What they said, and you could start seeing jurors drop out for family life, health, just all kinds of stuff. But I think they're pretty invested at this point. You would have seen some of them dropping this week. I think they're invested.
This comment, Peter, go get some rest, buddy.
Hey, you guys,
love
are the
you.
best. This was really fun. This was really fun. I'm glad you invited me. Thanks. See you, Emily. See you,
buddy. Thank you. Thank you.
Guys. See ya.
Bye. It all goes both ways.
Why?
I don't know.
Like,
I have plans. I've had to reschedule so many fucking meetings. They were all so confident. I just believed them.
I didn't want this trial. I didn't want this trial. I thought it was going to be like crazy.
They said it'll be 3 weeks. And I was like, yeah, this is perfect. We start the year. I'm fascinated by this case. The financial crimes are crazy. The side of the road is crazy. It's crazy. And then the murderers are like, I got questions.
It's bullshit.
And now we've got 4 weeks of a prosecution case, 20 days since they started picking a jury. And we've got at least a week of defense experts. And I'm really interested to see what the defense experts say. It's just.
And a shitload of evidence that's not evidence. Because the thing is,
it's so much that's not evidence.
Oh my God. I have to show you this. I have to show you this. You're going to laugh. I have a couple laugh streams because they're fun. Because we need these things because life is this. Life is this trial and it sucks the blood and life out of you. So you need things to make you laugh. Did you know that dogs actually do pick up chickens?
Yes, I did know dogs actually pick up chickens, but my husband grew up on a farm.
Got home, a dog.
Totally innocent. Totally innocent.
Oh, it's alive.
It was not me. I did not do that at all. No, not me at all. Now, to the chat, do I play the little pupper that Emily missed from earlier? Did you see the pupper from earlier?
No.
I play the pupper from earlier then. I think that's
all puppers.
That's the verdict. All the puppers get played.
Puppers. Yes, our track got very derailed over the Oh my God.
I felt like a Spanish, like a Puerto Rican in this hair. I felt Puerto Rican. Y'all know I love me some Puerto Rican. I felt Puerto Rican in this. Rican.
What happened to the pupper?
Ooh.
Oh my goodness. This is exactly what was happening.
Yes.
Murdoch.
Yes. Yes. This is why I pulled this up. This one we need to analyze because the chat.
There was crime scene tape or like a body outline.
The chat was very observant that, well, Ian made the comment, do you know what pigs like to ride on in the winter? And Ian said sleds. And I was like, no, because here you have sled investigating.
Yeah.
Bubba. There's Bubba. There's Bubba Puppers and the rooster. But the thing is,
the rooster apparently got his. And that was also a moment I was not expecting in the trial when they're like, so when did Bubba start chasing the rooster? Or chasing the chickens? It's like, well, the rooster essentially was fucking with the dogs. And so the dogs started chasing the chickens because the rooster was an asshole. And then the prosecutor comes back and goes, so the rooster got his? Yes. What was happening? I love that witness, by the way. The dog caretaker who explains
he was
the hose and getting the water out of the hose. I was like, I love this human so much.
Dude, by far my favorite. Like I wanted to sit down and have like all the beers with him and just hang out and just
give me proper hose care. Because let me tell you about last winter when we left the hose out and then it froze overnight. It was like 70 degrees during the day because Nashville. And then we ran over the hose when the water was frozen on the inside of the hose.
Emily, I have to call you up for a second because you just complained about a frozen hose to a person that is on this chat that I think, Ian, didn't you try to bury your last Ethernet cable in like ice?
Well, I have been trying to run a Ethernet cable out to my garage, and my dog keeps eating them. So I don't really have a solution to that at the moment. But I tried running it in the air, and so it was about like 5 feet in the air.
Yep.
And she leapt and took it out.
Pupper's like, I hate this cable.
She's like, I hate this cable. I don't want you to have internet out in the garage for, Leatherwork streams or whatever. So I'm going to need to run I'm probably going to need to hire somebody to just run a cable underground.
Ian, can I show you something?
Of course.
My cat tried to turn off my camera today on stream because he's so sick of this trial.
Cat has the right approach.
My cat stood up behind my computer and tried to turn off my camera during trial.
Well, I
saw that. That was really funny, actually. I saw that when you posted on Instagram.
It's just Fred.
I am still feeling some regret for not covering this one, but
no,
it is what
don't,
it is.
Ian, don't.
Your life is better.
Just cover the gun stuff.
Trying to compete with this one is just not happening. So everything I put out right now is just dying as soon as I do.
It's not even the whole concept of like this is a someone said it best, like this is a John Grisham novel wrapped in a Nicholas Sparks blanket that has like a Tom Clancy like glance to it. Like
people have called it a turduncan, but it's like a novella wrapped in a John Grisham novel wrapped in an Enigma and Cash is what we were joking about, because
it's horrible.
It's horrible.
It looks like a turducken, but where the first part isn't referring to turkey.
It's fine. It's a turfucken.
It's just so wild. Look, it's interesting seeing the regional differences in the way they want to know where everybody went to high school, and they have people stand up in the audience and they're just like pointing them out. It's like, oh, your brother's here. Can he stand up? And they're just like, that's your brother? Yeah, that's my brother. The one that you called? Yeah. What did you say to him? Nobody objects to hearsay. It's just so
or this part. This is my favorite part. My favorite part. As you heard testified earlier by the person that was in the courtroom while I was here listening to them as well, so we could possibly align our testimony. What in the actual ever living trial advocacy fuck is happening?
Oh, there's no exclusionary order. I was talking to my friend who my chat knows as Judge Abby because they've been with me through the election and all of the things. But I was like, Judge Abby, there's no exclusionary order. She's like, what? I'm like, there's no exclusionary order. So one witness got up and was like, as you heard witness so-and-so say about the pills, we knew those pills to be, and started explaining another witness's answer in his testimony.
Yep.
Wow.
I normally, I would say, like, you know, you would normally have the, like, the brain, the head emoji, but I can't even, because in this trial, it's true. And I don't know how to say I'm losing my mind, because it's this trial. So I'm just at a loss for words all the time. And I'm at a loss for words all the time.
There's no brain. It's gone. Like, I can't think anymore. This trial like sucks the soul and the brain out of your head. Like aliens that like just, yeah.
It's wild. But it's a great spot the issues for trial ad. It's not a what to do. It's a spot.
It is. It's like here. Where are you making the objection that they don't make because they keep asking the questions? It's like in trial ad, you play this video and you say, where should you have made the objections?
Yep.
That would I actually have been thinking. I used to teach a course in law school for firearms and weapons law. I haven't been able to do it for a while just because of scheduling issues, but I want to do it again because it's a lot of fun. It pays nothing. Like, you teach the entire semester and they pay you $2,000, which per hour is like McDonald's is basically how that works out. But this all, like, a lot of this stuff makes me want to sort of pull up some of these trials and be like, let's just talk about like what happens at a trial. Like, let's watch some of these trials. And unfortunately, in Canada, you can't watch Canadian trials. We could at least watch American trials and be like, what issue just happened?
But that's I never thought I wanted to be a part of this like YouTube thing until I realized that there was actually like a bunch of people who really actually wanted answers to this stuff. Is this normal? Is this how it should play? I don't understand court procedure. Can you please explain it? And the funny thing was, I learned that I really liked explaining this stuff. I love explaining this stuff. And the thing is, when people tell me I'm not explaining it right, that's even more exciting because it's like, I'm not doing good enough. I can do better. I'm a lawyer. I'm like geared at arguing to anybody and everybody and trying to teach them or tell them how things work. And then I find this little niche and it's like, I love this, especially with a trial like this, because there are so many things that beg to be explained.
Yeah.
That you can't explain.
There are lots of things I can't explain. How they've strategized this trial, how they decided to file this case, all of it, it's just, it's wild. It's wild.
Yeah.
The only part of this trial I've liked is that the one lawyer who was sitting there during that police interview got disbarred. And I know it almost certainly wasn't for his conduct in that interview.
No.
But it's just like, you were so crappy in that interview that you ought to not be a lawyer. And it's a good thing that
Fleming
you
was
aren't.
the best of all of them that have been in the interviews, though, which is interesting to me because he's the one that was like, wait, are you telling me you're interrogating him? Because we came here for you to give us info. He tried.
Oh, I know.
And then Alec was like, no, I'm okay. And kept going.
I know. Yeah. I
No,
know.
but that's the point where you say, like, you lean over to your client and you're just like,
We're leaving.
We're leaving. In Canada, you don't have a right to have your lawyer sitting with you in the interview room unless you're a youth. Only youths have that right. And I can tell you,
is it youths or is it utes?
youths.
It's youths.
But
Utes.
I've walked in and the police have this line that they've used. They're like, we're asking the questions here. You're not allowed to interfere, whatever else. And, you just, and it's like, okay, thank you, officer. I understand my role. And then you sit down, they're like, so what we'd like to know is this. And I just like, I recommend you not answer that question. And the cop's like, what? And I'm like, I'm allowed to advise my client. He's like, well, we're conducting an interview here. Yep. And I'm advising my client. And the client's like, I'm not going to answer that. Cool. Next question.
Or there's a moment you look at your client, you say, get up, we're leaving. And it's not a question, it's a command. And they say, you can't command. And you look at your client again and say, get up, we are leaving. I will explain later. Get your ass out of that room.
Never had to deal with it because
we don't necessarily have the power to get the client out of the room, but I can get. I've never had them go more than like 3 questions.
So
with that.
2 funny comments. 1, this needs to be a t-shirt. Are you crawling for Creighton or rooting for Putin? This is brilliant. Ashley, thank you for that. That is amazing. That needs to be a t-shirt. 2, Emily, I would like for you to explain to our dear Elvin Canadian what happens when an officer leaves the interrogation room and forgets to turn off their microphone. I need you to explain this to the chat who might not have heard this because, my God, I was like punching my table laughing. Please explain.
I've had to listen to a lot of these interrogations, and often the officers are mic'd independently of the room being mic'd, right?
Yep.
So when they leave the interrogation room, sometimes, well, I didn't tell you even the whole story, Rob. Sometimes they will go and make personal phone calls. Sometimes they will go and talk to other officers about what's happening in the interview. And sometimes they just need to go to the restroom.
I've had that.
They never turn off their mic. They never turn off their mic. And as a prosecutor, when I'm turning it over, I can't edit bits out and then turn it over to the defense. You turn over the whole thing to the defense. And you can only hope that they only needed to go number 1 and not go number 2, though it happens both ways. What's worse is when they are talking about the person they're interrogating or the body of the person they're interrogating or the attractiveness of the person they're interrogating, because that gets turned over too, but not as bad as the 911 operator I had who was trying to convince law enforcement that it actually wasn't in their jurisdiction and said, can you just drag them over the line from here to there?
Oh my God, you heard that?
Other jurisdiction. Oh, yes. And I had to remind the dispatcher that everything is recorded. And when these cases go to trial, it's real comfortable as the prosecutor to explain why the dispatcher is like, well, can you just drag them into Signal Hill? Because Long Beach, Signal Hill's in the middle of Long Beach. Long Beach is very big. And they're like, it seems like that's not in my jurisdiction. This would happen in my other jurisdiction. They would call into dispatch and be like, hey, we got a drunk driver. They're almost to other city. Should we just let him go? We can keep an eye on him, but I'm almost off shift. So I don't know if I want to pull him over. And then they're back and forth on MDTs having conversations about whether or not they should let the drunk driver continue to drive into the other jurisdiction. So it's the other jurisdiction's problem. All the things. I had officers going back and forth singing the bird, the bird is the word on MDT. I discussed that in the trial. as the MDTs are like, what does it say on the MDT? The bird. Yep, return text. The bird. What's the text after that? The bird is the word. And it goes on and on and on. They forget they're being recorded, much like reality television stars. So I have heard inmates having phone sex of all varieties. I've heard officers.
It happens all the time.
That does. That's fair.
Officers taking a shit. Officers talking about the attractiveness of the person they're interrogating. Officers calling their spouse or whatever to fight with them. People trying to drag people into other jurisdictions. It's awful. And then you're the DA sitting there going, I don't know. I don't know what to say for them. I don't know. I am embarrassed and I am sorry. Those people are very professional, but we are understaffed and everyone works very long days. And sometimes shit happens.
So
literally and metaphorically, like all of the things.
Yes.
I was, as a very junior lawyer, I was helping a senior lawyer go through some transcripts because they did a wiretap, and basically it was just put stickies on all the places where this gets interesting, because there's the thing you got to remember when you wiretap somebody's phone is that most of people's conversations, even mobsters, is just boring, right? Like most of what they talk about is things like, can you go to the grocery store and pick up 2 dozen eggs?
It's normal, boring shit.
It's normal
and
shit.
2 dozen eggs isn't code for anything. It's just eggs.
It's just normal shit.
And now who can afford to pick up 2 dozen eggs?
But one pair of the people that they were looking at, that they were interested in, because these wiretaps, the way the warrant was, is that they could only look at specific pairs. And then if there was something that got them interested, they could add another pair later. So you see later on down the road in this giant, it was like 4 freaking banker's boxes of stacked paper. But they'd add another person. But one pair was sleeping with each other and no one else knew it. So there was so much phone sex, so much. And here's the worst part is that in the middle of the phone sex, they would start talking about business, like start talking about criminal stuff.
You can't zoom past it.
So it would be like,
what?
I really want to do this to you and also get the gun.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think you just attacked every parent in the chat, because the thing is, parents have to be parents, and then they have to be like husband and wife, and they do the things and they intermix, and like there's like a moment it's like the diaper is horrible, oh my god, and then sexy time coming in 5 minutes. I have seen those text messages happen. I have seen it.
These are voice transcripts.
Yep.
Like this is a transcript of a voice recording, and like when you listen to the audio, like they're having, whatever, and then it's like, so then I'll do this to you, and then I'll do that to you, and remember to bring the gun when we meet tomorrow, and then I'm like, oh my god, why are you doing this to me?
Well, I think it's because they think you'll zoom past it because it's awkward. But the best part is when you're listening to the jail calls, and then all of a sudden you start to unravel who all the people coming to court are, and you know who the girlfriend is, but you also know who the other girlfriend is. Yeah. And then you start to see everybody showing up in court, and you're like, oh shit, today's gonna be real interesting, because they're starting to figure out on the jail calls that he's not just talking to the one. It's the drama, the other people's drama of all of it is just, it's so funny. And then the routineness to jail calls and who's getting how much money on their books and whose other number they're using to call, and all of it is interesting. And we hear a lot of that on Murdaugh's jail calls too. Have you guys heard any of his jail calls?
I have abstained because I've tried to limit myself to the trial testimony. I really have tried to.
That's fair.
Because I was new to this when the trial started.
Yeah, that's fair.
I like hearing it this way, but I have heard rumors that there's a lot on there.
But also there's, not to talk about the case, but he's very quickly settled into trading money on other people's books and calling under other people's numbers and trading beef sticks and talking about working out and all the rest of it. Like he settled into the pattern of custody life very quickly and putting money on his books to get other people to do favors for him. And that happened very quickly.
I mean, smart people in custody tend to get to figuring that out very quickly, especially when you got, if you've got somebody who's got flexible ethics,
He was engaged in criminality well before this trial, so
Yes.
it doesn't
Actually,
surprise
of
me.
the financial variety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, some of the stuff. I had one where the prosecutor was like, "Hey, we are not going to, we're not going to prosecute your client for what was said on the jail calls, but you might want to tell him to just shut up because we might have to." Because the guy was in custody on some stupid crap because he couldn't make a cash bail from not showing up for court, and was then like, "I should really kill this guy." And it's like, "Sir, you are a shoplifter. You are not going to."
Calm
But
down.
also, like,
Let's not say that on the recorded call. Chat, when I'm talking about trading beef sticks, I mean the food, the literal actual beef sticks. I'm literal actual like
Yeah.
Slim Jims. It's a
all
big
of these
deal. Special
things
snacks are a
become
big deal.
money.
Snacky
Things
snacks in custody are a status symbol.
And people get killed over them, like
Snacky
literally
snack
murdered.
Yes.
You go into someone else's cell and steal one of their snacks, you are going to get stabbed.
Yes.
You're going to
Yeah.
see people starting to like take their shoes
All
off,
the stabbing.
and that's a moment if you're in custody.
Yep.
Yep. So
I mean, I've been tempted to hurt people over taking my snacks. I can relate.
Oh, well, I have a solution to that, which is that I just like stupid hot things. And so every workplace I've been at that has had a workplace thief, they learn lessons real fast because
You see the person going like this.
I don't. Yeah.
Oh my
well,
lunch.
at one place before I was a lawyer, I got accused of of leaving a trap for somebody because this person had to leave work after they ate my lunch. And they basically
is it the hot sauce spring gun? Is this the story?
Well, they said that I'd left them a booby trapped sandwich because
Well, it was your sandwich, right?
And I'm like, first of all, how is this my fault, even if it was a booby trapped sandwich? But second of all, and they're like, we need to see you eat the sandwich. I'm like, well, I'm not eating the part they ate, but I took a big old bite off the other end. They're like, I'm like, this is just how I like my sandwich. So like, chill. Because I do things like I've been making my way through this bottle of hot sauce.
The fact
Don't
that
do.
you
Yeah,
shot
there he
hot
goes.
sauce.
There he goes. There he goes. There he goes. Yep, he did it.
The chat was asking about my chips. I have a giant
Damn
supply
you.
of all dressed chips, chat.
Where did you get
How
that?
giant is the supply?
I have a lot of boxes.
Damn you. I'm very upset. But
I am waiting.
Rob, do I
till
need to bring you some chips?
I
You
need
might.
to campaign Ruffles to sell these in the States.
Oh,
I
I
need-
have leverage that you do not because Ian is coming to Texas and I'm going to meet him in Texas.
Where are y'all
in a
going to
week.
Texas?
Ian is
first-
up for an award.
I know.
I'm up for 2
For the
awards.
Gundies.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Ian has
I don't
a
think
date.
I'm going to win, but it's
Do you know who
freaking
Ian's
hilarious.
date is to the Gundies? Yes. Yeah, that's the conclusion. Yeah.
They're like,
Because
you
the
can bring
missus
2
has
members
no
of your
desire
team.
to travel.
Good. Ian, take him some all dressed chips. Oh, and the coffee crisps. Those are really good too.
Oh, yes, I should. And maybe also his tie.
Snacks. I don't know. I don't want to know why you have Rob's clothes, but yes,
It's the tie that's traveled the world. It's just the tie.
somebody's got to wear it to the Gundies. I'm very excited. When are the Gundies?
The 24th and 25th, and then I think they broadcast it on the 26th.
Soon. That's very exciting.
Oh, I'm super psyched and I'm super nervous, and I'm not gonna win, I don't think, looking at the odds, but one of the ones I'm up for is Voice of the Second Amendment. And God, I want to win that just for the hilarity value of a
Do you
Canadian
have-
winning that one.
Ian, do you have the hat handy? Son of a bitch, he does.
Octo Nation is in the chat and wants to know if y'all are going to Austin, Texas.
We will be in the area.
Flying into San Antonio, and then we're going to Uvalde.
I asked, I don't know.
So I'm trying to figure out because we're not sure if Kurt's going to be around or if he's going to be headed to Vegas. But if he's around, I'm trying to organize something, and I'll probably try to organize something for like people to, possibly catch us in San Antonio. But I don't know. I got to talk to figure
San
stuff out.
Antonio's cool.
I've also got to get Kurt these.
Well, if you are in
Oh,
Texas, at least shipping them would be cheaper if you bring them in your luggage and then ship them from inside.
So can you hold those up to your camera, like, please? Because I have seen you take closer pictures of those.
And
that's leather.
There's
those are
4 of those and a little tray that they sit in. So it's a little coaster set. And Kurt's got a very like leather workable logo. Rob's is very difficult.
Rob's logo is
so
awesome. Don't hate my logo.
Your logo is awesome,
There's a
but
lot
it is
going on.
difficult to carve in leather.
It's a pain in the ass. I know that. It's a pain in the ass.
So
I made play buttons, you guys.
You did make play buttons. I've made nothing. I just talk.
You make noises.
I'm gonna get you
I
something.
make noises. I make noises.
Basically.
Yeah,
that
just
one?
had a bunch. This is a wallet that is my intentionally janky wallet. So I deliberately highlighted I picked the like most flawed bits of leather, and then I deliberately highlighted them to bring that out rather than trying to hide it. So yeah, it's a fun little project. But yeah, I've got so much stuff I want to make for people because there's so many people I want to just give stuff to. So
yeah. Thank you, Chrissy, for that super chat, and thank you for this one. Christian, wood, leather, and purple daddy stacks. I don't.
So I'll be
I think
daddy. I'll take it.
Emily has asked that she be referred to as Law Mommy. I think is that what it was?
Was completely joking, and I will take purple daddy all day long.
I will Octonation. Hey, Octonation.
It's fine. I'm here for it.
Octonation. If Octonation is still watching, like every one of your like posts of like the different octopuses and like the little baby octopus, love all of it, like 100%. One of the coolest pages I've ever followed. So.
Octo is a dear friend. Octo is the reason I'm on YouTube as much as I am.
Really?
Warren, the founder of Octonation, the world's largest octopus fan club, and I were having a conversation. He's like, so why aren't you just doing, talking for a living? And I'm like, I can't do that. He's like, you can. That was in September 2020. My channel exploded in October 2020, and I was a full-time content creator a month after we had that discussion, and had started making more income than I had made in, all of my consulting work. So
here's a cool one. Need to mildly brag. My kiddo got into her top choice law school this week.
Oh, nice.
That's a big brag. Big brag.
It's across the country, but that's pretty freaking awesome. So congratulations, Michelle. That's amazing.
I'm just going to give you some reality. It doesn't matter if her law school was across the country or not. You would not see her either way. Law school is deeply time consuming. And even though I lived close to my family during law school, I rarely saw them.
I rarely.
Okay.
Yeah.
A
non-super chat question.
My wife basically had to sort of, and we were engaged at that point, but she basically had to deal with like, hey, I'm not around a lot of the time.
I was married when I went to law school, and my husband had finished, because we started dating while he was in his 4 years of residency. So we did 4 years of his residency, 3 years of proctoring, year of maxillofacial, and then he finished residency, and he finished residency in June. We got married in July, and I started law school in August. So we went from 4 years of residency to 3 years of law school. So we just kind of knew it was the way.
So I have two chats to pull up. One is I'm going to pull that one up. So what did you do before you had your YouTube channel? Who are you? Background pre-YouTube.
Rob, do you want to go first?
I've been on YouTube for less than a year.
It's your channel.
So I'm a practicing trial attorney, divorce, domestic relations litigation, bankruptcy law in Northern Virginia. I also do woodworking as a passion to make sense of all the things that don't make sense in the trial world. Kind of got dragged into YouTube with the Depp v. Heard stuff and have really found a very fun space with some really cool friends I never knew I had, including the two people next to me, Emily or Ian, whichever one of you would like to go second.
Ian.
So before YouTube, I mean, I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I still do criminal defense, and my goal isn't to stop doing law. My goal is to turn YouTube into my income so that I can do law for free. Because there's a lot of people out there, especially for criminal defense, who can't afford lawyers and need help. Unfortunately, there's this gap between like where legal aid will cover you and where you can actually afford somebody. So I really, that's my goal, is to be able to do that. That's sort of why I sort of do all this. But I got started largely because I had a Facebook page where I'd sort of talk about law and so forth. And there was a guy who kept aggressively saying, you need to make videos. And I kept telling him, you don't have a clue because I am, annoying and nobody's going to watch this. And he's like, no, you need to make videos. So finally I made a video specifically for the purpose that I was going to send this link to the guy and say, see, I made a video, 12 people watched it. Somehow I have 14 dislikes, and like, stop it. Instead, that first video was not nearly as successful as Rob's first video, but it got like, several thousand followers. And I was like, crap, I guess I better make another one. And I've really been enjoying it. I have attention deficit, so it took me forever to get through school. Because my attention deficit is off the charts. So like when they saw my scores on attention deficit scales, they were basically like, how are you not in prison? Which is not a great comment to hear from like the guy doing your educational assessment, but still, so I spent a lot of time as kind of a not very successful student. In fact, if you saw my undergrad grades, you would probably be horrified.
We can compare. I'm there.
I had the lowest GPA of my entry year at law school because they published this chart that shows like
what?
So they publish like this chart so that like what it's basically like this wedge-shaped chart so that you can see what grade, like how many people with this grade and this LSAT score got in at this school in the last year. And so I looked at it and I looked up my grade, and there's one entry with one entry, and it's me. And I'm like, oh, right. I had the low, like I was literally the only person they let in with a GPA this low. So yay. That's a great feeling when you're like, huh, okay, I guess they're like, you're accepted technically. But it's I love the law. I've enjoyed it, tremendously. And it wasn't like a shaming thing. It's just something that they put out for for applicants for next year, right? So that like, hey, if I have this grades and this LSAT score, what are my chances of getting in, kind of thing. So
all right.
Oh, the other fun thing on that one is I knew I was getting into law school because they called me up and told me that I screwed up my application and that they wanted me to fix it. And I was like, well, on one hand, screwing up your application to law school is not a great thing. But on the other hand, if I suck, they wouldn't have called me.
Right. They would have just let me go.
I put my first name in the last name spot, my last name in the first name spot.
I do that they were like, all the time. I do that all the time on things.
They're like, you need to fix this if you want your application to be considered. And I was like, yeah, okay.
Oh, no. Where was it?
Sorry.
Hang on. There was a follow-up. I did that intentionally and I meant it. I meant that I loved it all the same. And it was this. No offense to EDB or Rob, because I love you both, but Ian has to be one of the best humans on YouTube.
Agreed.
And I emphatically agree.
Agree.
And these people are my friends, people. Like, we are friends. I love having these humans on here because one of the things is we all have neurospicy brains. Like,
I am
very famously.
I'm surprised at just how many sort of neurospicy lawyers there are on YouTube.
Well, it works better for our schedule.
And speaking of, let's let the other neurospicy Miss Emily. Would you please introduce yourself to the chat? Who does not know you? Clearly, there's someone here that knows you.
Hi, chat. I'm EDB. I was a Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney for over 10 years before I retired. I went into consulting during 2020 when my consulting all went on pause, which was a blessing because managing client work ended up becoming a little difficult for the neurospicy ADHD-ness that is me. I leaned into my podcast, and I've already talked a little bit about my friend in the chat, Octo, who was like, hey, why don't we just lean in all the way to the podcast and to YouTube? I've been on YouTube since 2016 when I was going through back issues and on break from the DA's office in the tech space. Couldn't do law, still a DA, but was doing a lot of tech stuff on my channel. You know, your typical 2016, 2017 YouTube content, unboxings, vlogs, planners, fun stuff. Because I loved YouTube and I found a lot of community there. So in 2020, when I leaned all the way in, my channel started to grow and I became a full-time content creator. I was very sad. The few clients I still had at the end of 2020, I was like, I love you, but bless and release. Like, I'm going in this direction. And if you ever need me, call me and I will help you solve the problem. But like on a call by call basis, that's it. I'm not writing contracts anymore. I'm not reviewing contracts anymore. I'm not doing terms of service anymore. I'm not reading documents anymore. I'm just going to talk all day and be in my happy spot. And now I'm a full-time content creator. I do have a TED Talk where I talk about the process of leaving my career. It's a lot of a process to leave a career like that. And it took me quite a lot of energy. But you know what? I couldn't be happier. I love what I do. I love the law nerds. I love this. When I left the DA's office, I thought I wanted nothing to do with law. I was so burnt out. And that wasn't the problem. Law wasn't the problem. Burnout and the type of work I was doing was the problem, but not law. So I love getting to engage in law in a way that works for me, allows me to be all of my neurodivergent self, and I get to talk with y'all all day. It's the best. And
it's stuff like this too.
It's so fun. So I love it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Emily. I didn't mean to do that. I just see people so excited about like being open about the ADHD. Like,
great.
Oh, I get people who basically say like, I'm really glad that you are open about this because I've been dealing with it and whatever. Yeah. I made a choice in my career because I went and talked to, did you have like a career services person at your school?
At law school?
Yeah.
Oh, probably.
Or high school.
When I went to law school, I went to law school to become a district attorney. And the law school I went to the same law school as Camille Vasquez. When I went to law school, you either went into the DA's office or entertainment. So my law school was very tracked. And so I went in being like, I'm going into this. And I just did that and was like, whoosh.
Well, we had this career services person, and I'm sure she meant well, but she ended up being kind of a goblin by accident. And so she would do talks like, you need to not tell anybody if you drink. Like, you need to not ever post a picture of you with with booze on Facebook.
Has she ever met a lawyer ever?
And I was like, first, lots of lawyers drink, but second of all, if a law firm is going to bounce me because I'm drinking on my own time, then I want them to bounce me. And she was like, you need to not tell anybody that you have attention deficit. And I was like, okay, based on that, I need to tell everybody. So I put it on my cover letters because any law firm that was like, we don't want to take this guy because he's got attention deficit, I don't want to work there. And it's worked out for me. So.
And that's a question I wanted to ask you, Emily, because Emily, and I'm not, don't do the age thing. You graduated high school Was it in the thousands or was it like 90s, late 90s?
I graduated high school in 1996 because I am old.
You're not old. You're not
here's
old.
the thing. Here's the thing that bothered me about becoming a creator. When they put me on famous birthdays, I was like, this is a complete farce, but also I love it. Let me look. And so I went on famous birthdays and looked at other people who have my same birthday. Do you know who has my fucking birthday? Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast and I have the same birthday. 20 years
No,
apart.
That's not that feels
years
that,
apart. I could
that
be
feels-
Mr. Beast's fucking mother because
that feels less cool. That feels
20
less
years
cool.
apart.
I'm
So,
sorry.
No, I started as a creator later. I mean, truly later for a creator, but also I can't stand up and be like, I have 17 years of legal experience without aging into my
Yeah.
legal experience. I can't do the trials I did without doing them. That's awesome. And it
Well,
looks-
so like, excuse me, just for like 1 second. I have a hand raised. Just a question.
It's a tiny hand and it's very scary.
Is it scary? Do you
It
like
feels
it?
like something
I-
out of Deadpool.
That's great. So the hand raised. Emily, how was it being neurospicy brain? Deciding to go to law school. That's not easy for anybody, much less in the 90s. And I don't mean to say it this way, but like in the 90s, being a female with neurospicy brain, like there's no support, period. How did you do that?
Well, I told you I burned out terribly, right?
Yeah.
So I burnt myself out. I did not do it well or with any kind of balance. I leaned in to work harder. I also had a bit of a chip on my shoulder, and I played combat sports in high school and college, which kept me sane. I mean, otherwise I probably would have been beating people up on the street, but I got to
When
play
you played
combat
water
sports.
polo in college too, right?
Yeah.
That's combat.
I
like
played
in
Division I water polo. It was great. I got to, you need a release when you are ADHD until you figure out how to channel whatever your quirks are. As a younger human, my quirks were rage. So water
Lacrosse.
polo,
Like lacrosse,
water
like
polo
violent
allowed me to
sports.
channel the rage. So, yep. The chat is asking if I worked with John Lewin. I've seen a couple of you. Yes, I worked with John Lewin, and the judge of the Durst case is one of my favorite judges of all time, who I worked in front of quite a lot. So, but no, it was different, and part of going to law school was to prove that I could, but part of that was the encouragement of my husband, because when we met, I had not decided to go to law school yet, and he's like, well, have you actually tried? And I was like, touche, I shall try. And I'm so glad that I did. So it was his encouragement more than anything that helped me.
Inspirational lawyers. Like, who's your inspirational lawyer? Like the litigator that you looked up to, that you wanted to be, or that you wanted to model your practice off of?
Wait, does Elle Woods not count?
Elle Woods can count Elwoods can count for flair. She
I
can
didn't
count for
know
like
lawyers.
She can count for like persona. Well, yeah, you and I are first generation lawyers. Ian, are you
Same.
first generation or second?
Oh, first
Gen lawyers.
My parents were blue collar, so like there is nobody in my like. And it's funny in law school, everyone's like, oh yeah, I talked to my dad who's like this whatever lawyer, and I talked to my dad who's this judge, and I'm like, my dad's an electrician.
My parents have no idea what I'm doing. The lawyers I looked up to most were my coworkers at the DA's office, but that's the thing about the LA County DA's office is there's over 1,000, or there were over 1,000 DAs when I got hired. And so you're trying cases. I mean, I had training with the attorneys from the OJ case. I had trainings with attorneys that were famous. I had famous attorneys coming into court as defense attorneys, talking with me in court. It was wild. So I looked up to the people I worked with mostly. Those were my kind of inspirational lawyers, other than fictional lawyers. Sorry, that's the truth.
I mean, real question though, which attorneys from the OJ case? Because I made the comment earlier this week. The cousin Eddie was like the black glove of the OJ case. It's like, we're gonna bait you into this. Do you really want to go down this road? That case is one of the coolest cases to ever study as a lawyer. For both sides and for the mistakes and opportunities, it is trial advocacy that, like, 4D chess. You want to see 4D chess play out in court? That's that case.
Yep.
So
Marcia Clark had already left the DA's office by the time I was there. So not Marcia Clark. But
okay.
As a woman coming into the office, we also, the other women in the office, talked a lot about what happened with the media, with the higher ups, with the fact that there are certain units within the DA's office that looks very much matter on how you get into that unit. And we kind of knew what the hiring criteria were, or what the promotional criteria were looks wise to get into those units. If you're going to be lawyers on TV, the way they wanted lawyers on TV to work. It was very interesting operating in this office as it was changing quite dramatically, because culture has shifted in law quite a lot. And I'm glad to see it. And I'm still getting to watch it now a little bit from the outside, but I get to ask all the probing questions without worrying that I'm going to be fired or retaliated against for it, because I was not familiar with working in a bureaucracy quite like a large office where the head is elected. So it was interesting. I loved it. I never thought I would leave. When I got hired at the DA's office, I'm like, this is the only job I'm ever going to have again. I worked all the jobs before that. And things change. And I get to do, 2 YouTube channels, 2 podcasts. I just signed on for a 3rd podcast. I think I've been on Court TV like 4 or 5 times in the last few weeks. It's just been great. It's just been crazy. And I love it.
How much fun are you having?
Oh, the limit does not exist.
Yeah. Ian, my question for you. First, I need all of the attention.
Okay, this is
as
good as you're gonna get.
I know you're gonna. I need you to put down. Okay, so you can do either video games or you can.
I have no video game going.
Same time. Okay, good, fair. First generation lawyer. How did you decide you wanted to do law? Where, how? Because that's the thing I'm curious about with the first gen lawyers. How do you get to that decision?
So I've actually got a video on this because there was somebody who really reached out and had a major impact on my life, and I don't know where I'd be absent them. So I was, I'm sitting there and I'm like, as mentioned, I'm neurospicy as hell. Like it's bad. So I was there and I was doing this class on forensic psychology, and forensic psychology is a wild and fascinating firm. It's, field. It's all sorts of things like how do witnesses remember things? How do juries make decisions? False memories, this kind of stuff. Right. And I was struggling along, and basically this class had a nasty paper. It was like 100-page paper that we had to get done by the end of the year. And as when you're not neurotypical, 100-page paper is a bit of a kick in the teeth, because that was, and because one of the bad habits is putting stuff off till the last minute, being unable to work until it's a panic. So I let my prof know, like, hey, my paper is going to be late. And the prof is like, how late? And I'm like, just late. And she's like, well, the policy is like a half letter grade a day. So like you go from like A+ to A- to, and I was like,
how bad is it if I just don't turn it in?
Well, the thing is, if you just don't turn it in, then you just fail. So I got this thing in like 2 weeks late, by which point, even if it was an A paper, by the grading policy, it was a 0 paper. And, I turned it in and I was like, I'm turning this in so I don't fail, but I know that my mark is 0, right? Like I just, and so I got, she reached out and she's like, hey, can you come into my office? We need to talk. And I thought like, yeah, I failed the course. I guess I didn't do as well on some of the, exams and whatever as I thought. She's given me the, hey, you failed, like, sorry talk. But I went, I thought about just sort of blowing it off. And I went in and she's like, so why the hell? Because I just gave her the paper and I didn't give her any excuses or anything. I'm like, I know you're going to be asking, like, do I have a good excuse? And I don't. The only real answer here is I got attention deficit and I screwed up. Like, that was it. So she's like, that's what I thought. So, I didn't hit you as hard on the grade penalty as I could have. So I looked at it, and she'd taken me from what I'd gotten on the paper down to an A-. So she really liked the paper, which is good because I am a perfectionist. Even though I know it's worth nothing, I'm not submitting crap. She goes, "Have you considered grad school?" And I went, "I have, but you gotta I can't get into grad school because my grades are terrible." She's like, "Well, if you have somebody who's pitching for you, you might be able to, there's some wiggle room there," which is kind of like hint, freaking hint, right? I'm like, "Okay, but here's my GPA." And she's like, "Huh. Have you considered law school?" And she'd actually been a lawyer before she went in and became a research psychologist. So I was like, how am I going to get into law school when I can't get into grad school, when I'm barely scraping myself through? She's like, "If you get a really good LSAT score, you can still make it into a law school. And I know," she's like, "I know you test well." So
ADHD, bet. Got it. No problem.
So it's kind of gauche to talk about LSAT scores, but I got a 178, which is a good LSAT score.
Ian, I'm gutted. Elle Wood's got a 179.
It's
the thing is,
there's
for
something
my
funny
year,
about ADHD.
there wasn't a 179. I missed if I'd gotten one question, and there's one question that was just a stupid misreading. If I'd gotten that question, I would have hit the 180.
170.
I was so ticked.
180 is perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really stupid good, but I needed to be that good to have a chance. And so I got into law school, and I really loved law school. I did way better in law school than I did in my undergrad. But for her being like, "You know what? I really, this guy's a smart guy. I really, she kind of stuck her neck out in the sense of bringing me out to let's have a talk. I want to make sure that you're going to be okay. I want to make sure that, and she really pulled me out of at that point, I was kind of on this trajectory of I know I'm smart, but I also know I'm broken, and I'm not, I'm going through university, but I don't have a plan. It's kind of like I'm driving. I can see the cliff over there. And when I get to the cliff, I'll figure out how to make this thing not land. We'll see if we can jump it, I guess, at the end of it.
So,
and she really built me the bridge for keeping going. So, yeah, I'm tremendously grateful. I did a video talking about that. I reached out to her and I was like, "Here's the video. I wanted to get your permission before I put it up." And yeah, no, it's, it's just one of those examples of sometimes a little thing can change everything.
Yes.
And so I try to be that person for as many people as I can. Because
my first 2 years of college were a mess, Ian, and I'm pretty sure that I was heading down a road of questionable ethics and legal route. I had fallen into a scene that loved the nefarious computer behavior, and I loved nefarious computer behavior. So,
maybe you shouldn't. Do we need to get you Jim Griffin on the phone?
No.
And we can call Jim or Dick Harpootlian, and they can examine you.
Me that I really should have just stayed. There's a part of me that really wishes I had stayed in the computer science white hat hacking world, though the 80s is competitive and there's a lot of temptation there for all of the neurospicy rabbit holes and stuff. But when I hurt my shoulder playing water polo, I moved from college back to my hometown and met my husband, who was in his postgraduate work. And he was like, "Well, I know you didn't think you were going to play professional water polo. You're 5'6". So what was the plan after water polo?" And I was like, "No plan." Yeah. He's like, "You should probably finish school then." So because he and I were doing work at the same time, just having a study buddy that was doing something different, so it wasn't competitive to just do my work with, kept me getting my work done. And then I started getting really competitive with him, which is why we can't work out together, because then we both get competitive and hurt ourselves. But
Fair.
Work, it worked
Fair,
really well.
fair. Yeah.
And so that really helped my grades turn around to the point where I got into law school, because I just needed, and a lot of my chat does this too, I just needed someone to be with me to get my work done.
Yes.
And needed that kind of body doubling to help me get my work done. And that was him. And now I have team members that help me do it. They're like, Emily, we have 900 things we need you to do. Get on a Zoom call and we need to get it done.
I yell at you in your chat. Like I am like feeling hungry and I'm yelling at you in your chat, like saying, Emily, you're not going to eat.
No.
Get off your damn stream.
I didn't eat when I was in trials either. I mean, it only because
I
the problem
know.
trial lasted longer than like a month and a half. But
I don't eat during trial.
I didn't eat when I was in trial.
It's too
I
stressful.
had a week-long trial with another lawyer, and afterward, we were like day 3, and the other lawyer's like, after he's like, "You're coming with me," and I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "You look like crap. I can tell you haven't been eating," and I'm like, "But I haven't really wanted to eat. I've been thinking about the trial." He's like, "You are coming with me. I am feeding." And I was like, "Oh, right."
It's that. So, and the reason I love this is because I love the term neurospicy.
It is a good term.
I love it because it encapsulates so much, because yes, we're spicy in that we're like all over the place, but it's like also spicy in that if you get like a hyper focus, like if you happen to get us in that moment where we are in our element, like for me, trial. Like if I'm in trial, I'm in trial. And that's my element. And nothing else matters. I don't need water, food, sleep, nothing. And then you see like a different level of spicy. It is so freaking cool to watch neurodivergent people, especially of the ADHD variety, hyper focus and what they can actually do in those moments, because you walk away from them for an hour and you come back and they're like, I reorganized the entire kitchen, redid the shelves, organized everything, and they're alphabetically and they're height based and color coordinated as well, because I couldn't possibly leave anything out of order. And by the way, we have a new system of buying groceries, and this is how we're going to do it.
The law nerds have watched me reorganize my desk at least 4 times in the last year. Minimum.
I am bad at getting the hyper focus to clean thing, because cleaning is like my worst case scenario, because every time I clean something, I will find something in the cleaning to distract or like reorganizing. I will find something to stop me from that. So
just Sarah.
This is great.
That's part
ADHD is a superpower wrapped in a curse, wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in cash.
An enigma in cash is Erica Girardi's tagline from Housewives.
I get that, but it is one of those things where and to the people who are in this chat, that, and another thing about neurospicy, by the way, and one of the reasons I like being on the channel with these 3 people here, because we're all of this variety. When we have something that comes to our mind, it is going to come out of our mouths. It doesn't matter if someone else is talking. And the funny thing is, you see all of us smirking at different times when we have cut each other off, because we all recognize it, because we're all in that same like mind type. So for those of you in the chat who have kids, or you yourselves are of this persona or being, it's pretty cool. You can do everything you want. You can have all of it. You have superpowers. You are superhuman. You can do things that other people cannot do. You struggle in times when other people expect you to be something you cannot be, but you can tailor your life to be everything.
I think the normies who set things up were only setting them up because the neurospicy people were busy doing their own shit. And they're like, oh, I don't want to set that up. That seems boring. And then they set it all up for the normie brains. And then the neurospicy people were like, wait, that doesn't work for our brains. They were busy doing other shit.
Yeah.
And that is why we end up with the way it is. But it's going to change, I think. I feel like we're on just a different operating systems, and that the brains are just like operating system A, B, C, D, whatever. And we all have our own variety in there. And schools are changing, or starting to help to accommodate The fact that we don't all operate the same way, and we're humans. We don't all operate the same way. And if you think people all operate the same way,
I know of a guy who is very, very autistic who works doing just legal writing, and he's found a practice that works tremendously for him. He's at a big firm.
Amazing.
He's at a big firm, and he literally just locks himself away and is like, nobody is to bother me. And he does his thing and just cranks out work, and he's amazing at it. But like, he's found, like, this is the thing, is law is amazing because there's so many little niches, and some of us are finding ones that work for us.
And the talkie lawyers and the righty lawyers are different people.
Yeah, they are.
I wonder. The righty lawyers are very different.
I thought I was going to be a righty lawyer until I actually got to be a talkie lawyer, and then I realized I needed to be a talkie lawyer, and I couldn't be a righty lawyer.
I was like doing for a year, and I wanted to die. Sorry, Ian.
I like doing both. One of the most fun things I've ever done, and I mean, it almost killed me, but it was a lot of fun, was appellate work, including going to the Supreme Court. And that is a mix of, you got to be a righty lawyer, because
you can't
appellate
get to
work,
be a talkie lawyer until you're a righty lawyer.
Yeah, appellate work, 9 times out of 10, you've either won the case or lost the case before you step into the courtroom based on your writing. And but there's that 1 out of 10 that you will swing it if you can, so you got to be able to talk, and you can lose the case way easily in, by screwing up the talkie part.
All right, so I'm going to try and wind this down the next 10 minutes. And I'm sorry, I have super chats. I'm going to save them.
Tired. It's okay.
I'm exhausted. I'm going to save them. I'm going to do a members only stream. And I'm not going to do members. I'm going to do just an open stream. I'm going to do a shop stream on Sunday night. I'm going to make it happen, because I'm going to pull these up, because honestly, I did not expect to have the panel I did. I love it. I effing love the direction that this chat goes. I love how respectful all of you are. I love the questions. I love the commentary. It's absolutely amazing. And I love that there are this many people who are asking questions and sharing their own personal experiences about the ADHD stuff. I love this crap. This is my favorite type of conversation that happens on the interwebs. And what's crazy about it is it doesn't happen enough. It really doesn't. People still don't feel safe talking about this. And you have 3 lawyers on the damn screen telling you that you can be anything you want to be, and we'll help you. I love it. Like, Emily made the comment of schools picking up. Ian made that comment as well. But they're picking up on the teaching, but they're trying to do it from an angle that's not maybe geared towards how someone with the spicy brain might think about it. I would love to have more dialogues in that direction. So
as we're getting more teachers that are also neurospicy.
Yes, I love it.
That's what it takes. I mean, it takes us to say, I'm going to go into this profession and start kind of making sure we can wiggle it in and make it work for me. But it can be hard in traditionally that don't feel as accessible. It can be hard.
And a lot of people, struggled in school and then want nothing to do with it.
Yep.
Yeah.
True.
So.
Yeah.
That's true.
And there was a quick question I can answer. Jacques, that From, that is Princess Bride. Favorite movie, like one of my favorite movies of all time. So I'm going to let my panelists go, because Emily
is yawning
and has been streaming since 9:30 a.m. my time, 8:30 a.m. her time, and she's passing out. So I'm going to let my panelists go. I'm going to hit a couple of these. I'm going to save the rest for Sunday stream. I'm sorry I'm not getting to all of them. I really wish I could. I honestly wish I could, because this panel and the questions and all the dialogue's been great. Emily, thank you so much for jumping on.
It's good to
really
see.
Appreciate
it was really nice to have a chat. I mean, I didn't know how to get through the night without talking to everyone about the fact that the coroner said he stuck his hands in people's armpits. I couldn't process that and go to bed without talking about it, because I told Dr. B and he was like, I don't know what to say to you. And I'm like, I have to go talk to my friend. I can't.
That baffles me. Like,
Yeah, it was good.
it would have been too much trouble to borrow a thermometer.
It was so good.
A rectal thermometer.
And the thing is if he doesn't want to use the rectal thermometer,
That's a lot.
what I've seen used a lot is like
Liver temp.
basically a meat thermometer. They stick it
temp.
into them and
Liver
like-
temp. No.
Yep.
Fingers in
We're not gonna talk about it. We're not gonna do it. We talked about it. You got it out of you. She did not
Like-
get, you have not get, like, look at the eye. She has not got it out of her.
I have to go to bed. I
Your
have to go to bed.
kids-
I've
know.
never in my life. I have never. I am just.
You know what? You know what?
Trial is
You know what?
breaking me.
You know what? When the kiddos wake up tomorrow, because little teenagers, they do their like crazy stuff.
Oh,
when
no,
they're
teenager
doing
wakes up.
something-
Will wake up tomorrow afternoon, but he's going
Yes,
somewhere with
but
friends.
when he walks downstairs, you take his arm and you lift it up and you just put your hand on his.
Oh,
I
feel
know.
like
I take my
Yes,
kids' temperature
you
a
have
lot
to.
with my hands. It's
You
never
have
with their
to.
armpit.
you have to do it. You have to do it, please. Oh my
No.
God.
My teen is now taller than me, so that will be delightful. But you just need to touch their little faces. You know when they're. But I'm not trying to establish a time of death and how much a body has cooled off. I've gone to autopsies. I've spent time with coroners. I actually have merch because there was a gift shop at the LA County Coroner's office.
No.
I've put more effort into making sure my turkey was the right temperature
Oh my God, Ian.
than they are putting into making sure an actual human is the right temperature.
I can't. Can we cue the skimming groats? Hang on, Emily, you have yours?
And I'm leaving.
One more. Screaming goat, and then you can leave. Ready?
Where's my goat?
We've named him.
Where's my goat?
Because
Where's my
you're
goat?
broke.
Yes, it's Vincent Van Gogh. We know it's Vincent Van Gogh. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. Oh, I can't. That was
This was delightful. I will never eat
All right.
hot sauce with y'all, but thank you for letting me come and have a chat. I really
Thank you, Emily.
See, I never thought about it until now, but now I kind of want to see that.
Thank you.
I don't do
Emily, for
spicy. Like I don't do jalapenos. I don't do spicy. Like
Oh
just
yeah, no,
commentary.
that's fair
Just
enough.
Spicy commentary.
spicy words, but not spicy foods.
Yeah.
We may have almost murdered Rob during the last one, and you
I
got a
lived.
little pink. You lived. Actually, that's true. You never went for the milk. You never
I
went
didn't
for.
throw up. I was good. We're good.
Rob,
Yeah.
Rob was still answering about the rule against perpetuities. I saw it. But chat, thank you, Rob. Thank you for being such a gracious host. Ian, it's always good to see you, friend. It's been too long.
We need to. We've got
Watch
a movie we got to watch
Mulan.
at some point.
Look, I need you to sue Poot for intentional infliction of emotional distress.
Don't do that, please. Please, because he'll defend himself or he'll get Jim Griffin to defend him, and then we'll be at a trial for 7 weeks that was
Think
estimated
of
2 weeks.
content. Because I am distressed. But once this trial is over, we have to watch Legally Blonde.
Yes, and no flights for a while after that because everything goes wrong when you fly.
I have a little bit of travel coming up, but I'm going to be driving. And then I need to go look. I don't remember when my next flight is, but most of the conferences I end up going to are like June, July, August, September. So I think I'm clear until like May, maybe. I think I'm clear till May. So fingers
Excellent, because yeah,
I mean, it's almost March. That doesn't feel like it's that long, but yeah.
Oh, time is escaping us, and it's
Wibbly
sad.
and wobbly and timey-wimey. All right, with that, chat.
Good night, Emily.
Good night.
All right. So, Ian, I'm going to save all of these chats because I committed to ending this chat at like 11 p.m. my time, which was an hour and a half ago. I have to be at a baptism. I have to be at a baptism in an hour and a half at 10:30 tomorrow, and I have 2 hours of drive.
I'm sorry. I might
You're not.
also be on Sunday, but we'll if so, then such is life.
Well, let's coordinate.
But,
We'll have fun. No,
yeah.
just tell me when you're on, and we'll just tail into each other.
You might be horrified because I'm planning on reviewing some of the gun content at the that's in commission right now, and some of the stuff they're saying is just ridiculous. So there might be some angry.
I'm okay with angry. I like angry. I like angry Runkle.
There might be angry Runkle. There might be angry Rob, depending on what they say. But yeah, it's going to be frustrating. But this one we should address.
No,
they were running this thing
well
in
before
Texas,
any of that.
Well before.
Yes.
It's the location of a particular range where they've got so it's not, they're not doing it to be dicks or anything like that. It's just, this is the place. Texas was known for guns for a while.
The funny thing about this is, like, think of two people, and I don't mean to say this is self-aggrandizing, but think of two people who are going to walk into that being more respectful about that particular sensitivity. And I'm happy to be there with Ian. Like, that's my thing. I'm happy to be there with Ian. So, yeah.
I'm staying well away from. Somebody was asking, "Are you going to go visit the school?" And the answer is no.
I'm not. I'm staying away from.
Yeah, they don't need me. They don't. Yeah, it's not a thing. So
yeah. So to everyone in the chat, I'm going to wrap this stream up. I'm saving these super chats. I will do another stream on Sunday evening. I will try not to. I'll probably tail in to either Ian's stream or Ian will begin after mine, one or the other. We will probably coordinate because that's what happens. I don't think you guys expected to get the panel you did tonight. I loved it. It was freaking fantastic. Thank all of you for being here and for all the support. The panel itself kind of, while it distracted from me being able to pull up a lot of questions, I was able to get a lot of dialogue and we got a lot of impressions. It's pretty freaking cool to have a lot of thoughts on one stream at one time. Best frenzy in a long time. I agree. It was a great night. Thank all of you for being here, especially Ian, Emily, Kurt in the chat. I do want to shout him out. Kurt in the chat was fantastic tonight. Peter Tragos, a lawyer please go check out his recaps. Thank all of you very much. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. A lot of gifted memberships tonight. I would love to call out briefly if I can. Let me see here. Let me see if we've got. StreamYard has not figured out how to StreamYard. They are just a mess. Samantha Steinis, thank you. Elle Fliggins, thank you. Sandra Ramirez, thank you. Nicole Wheeler, thank you for a lot of gifted memberships. Disney Mom, thank you. Barney Cat, amazing, thank you. Brentwood Chic, thank you. Chuck Wilson, thank you. Cast the Sass, oh my gosh, you guys. And then Just Because, thank you. I every week I do one of these streams and I don't know how to thank everyone for doing all of it and for being here. It's pretty freaking cool.
You got a good community.
Well, and the friends.
People,
the friends.
Yeah. Too. There's so many people I see over and over in your chat, in my chat, that are just good people. And you're like, I'm so happy to see this person here.
So freaking awesome. Yeah. So to all of you, I will get these super chats. I'm going to pull them up on Sunday. Love to all of you. Thank you very much for a wonderful Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Saturday. Have a lovely weekend. Thank you all. We are going to bid you adieu until next time. Pull that book up. There we go. Read the spells.
I'm making another one of these to make for a Role of Law video. I'm going to make I've got a different idea for the design on it, but that's sort of something I'm playing with. This is where I'm going right afterwards, is to the leatherworking shop.
Thank you all for being here again. and we'll see you next time. Okay.